ओजाबु मुसुगी साइटगी इकाई खुमनबु उचरी अमदी ओजाबु तराम तराम उचरी ngasi president member phampham langnesin biriba akhoigina awal apa tathot tasin guide lopam oriba akhoigi oja professor Sheikh Ibohal Singh deal of students welfare Manipur University ojabu su thorum asi sinbada akhoigi asobo tholang lobada ojana mating pangbiba ojabu akhoi musugi saitagi tawbiban khangbu usari amadi ojabu su taramna usari madi ngasigi akhoigi President Member ki phampham langde langsen biriba Manipur University Students Union 2024-25 kina President oibiriba oja akhoi na iyamba akhoi nongthombam Suraj Singh iyamba busu musugi saitagi akhoi iyamba bu ikai khumnabu uchari amadi ngasigi thorom asibu iyamba bu taram taram uchari loina na ngasigi thorom asigi mapung phabada asobo thalang lobi gadoriba lengbirakliba akhoi gi nungsijaraba community tongan tongan community degi lakpiriba research scholar Chhatra Singh amadi akhogi faculties member Singh khwai khudimak subsan jaraga musugi saitagi mayambu taramna oksari thorum asi loiba phabu yaubiduna thorum asibu mapung phawa thorum ama ohen biu haiduna mayangi phom langda haijari amadi loina na ngasigi Manipur sinba thungna akhogi media partner oina akhogi Manipur sinba thungna khangan bigadoriba akhogi kumhai.com gi lakpiriba akhoigi member sing busu musugi saitagi ikai khumnabu sari team member sing asibu akhoina taram taram oksari haibu wafam si thamjarga ngasigi welcome address matang asida tension jage
Mathang asida leijagani introductory speech pibina bagidama Saikom Sanju Meetei, General Secretary of Musu.
Ngasi Manipur University Student Union Musu 24-25 na sinjalangjaduna pangthok chariba one-day youth convention on unity amidst diversity reimagining Manipur's collective future haina mingthonba convention asida musuna haijaruba matamda harau rau lengbirektuna ngasigi thoram asibu mapung phan bigani haiduna khoi mangda lengshin biriba oja sing mingoina hangatcharabada ngasigi chief guest ki phampham langda lengshin biriba khoi khwaigi oja Professor Naorem Lokendra Singh Honorable Vice Chancellor Manipur University oja busu achinba thawai kya kaithokpiduna ngasigi function asibu convention asibu mapung phan bigani haina lengbirakpagidamak musugi maikaidagi kok nonjari mathangda guest ki phampham langda lengshin biriba ngakpigani special guest ki phampham langda lengshin biriba mingoina hangatcharabada Sheikh Hassan Honorable MLA Keirao AC ojabusu ikai khumna butchari mathangda musuna haijaruba matamda chillaba thokai kya kaithokpiduna ngasigi thoramasibu mapung phan bigani handul lengbiraiba ngasigi keynote speaker oibigadaba Professor W Nabakumar Singh former Dean of Human and Environmental Science ojabusu musugi maikaidagi thangat papongdokchari loinana ikok nonjari mathangda Presidium Member ki phampham langda lengshin biriba khoi khwaibu lamjing lamtak piriba oja Professor Sheikh Ibohal Singh Dean of Student Welfare Manipur University ojabusu ikai khumna buchari loinana ngasigi President Member ki phampham langda lengshin biriba akhoi gi yamba musugi President Nongthongbam Suraj yamba busu ikok nonjari loinana ngasigi thoramasibu mapung phan bigani haduna lengbiraiba community khuding makta gi lengbiriba chinau sing media gi chinau sing khuding mak pusu musu gi maikai dagi kai khung nabu cha boloi na ikong na khurum jari ngasigi yamna luraba tanja asida akhoi gi situation asida Manipur University Student Union Musuna karigi damakta ngasigi one day youth convention na se pangthok libano haibagi wafam kharadang thamjage tanja collective oiba thabak ama tawu matamda ayet akaiba mayam ama tholakpana maram oirakanda ngasi akhoi unity amagi manglando mangphaungna naba honabada suki matik waringai talaksida Manipur University da lairiba student union asina akhoi mayam gi oiba collective future ama sagatpa matamda Manipur gi development any development economically oigera socially oigera khudimaki development sigi epicenter ama oriba Manipur University sidagi haudo kanda masigi collective future amagi manglan ado mangmina bagi amuk nauna hana leiramba wakhalon singa duna taba anauba wakhalon ama nauna sagatuna akhoi gi collective future ama semina bagi tanja do ngasigi court hall sidagi lomina si habagi pandamsi thamjaraga akhoi sinjabani yamna sengna harakanda Manipur sida laibiriba tongan tongan ba community singyoba masa masa gi wakhalon masa masa gi dialect masa masa gi future tongan tongan ba future mayam ase community masa masa khaki oiba collect future natabida laibinariba community mayam sigi oiba collective oiba goal ama collective oiba future ama set up tawminarakanda hana akhoi ai gi habado thadoknarakan hojikti aikhoi gi haba future ase ama to oiba goal ama thaminarakanda chawkhatpa Manipur ama manaba khunai ama oirakani haibagi manglando mangjarakanda ngasigi program ase sinjabani maramaduna musugi maikaidagi ngasigi laibiriba tongan tongan ba leaders sing mahiroi sing amadi oja sing gi mafamda musugi maikaidagi thamjaning ba wafamdi aigi community chawkhana basu honasi ai isa gi chawkhana basu honasi aduga maru oibadi ai khoi haibasina hena maru oi haiba wakhalon sina mangda thambirakanda ai haibase kitang nathairakanda ai khoi haiba wakhal sina hena priority piminarakanda apunba Manipur ama chawkhatba Manipur ama manaba Manipur ama oiminasi haiba wafamji thamjarakanda aigi keynote address matang sida loisinjare pungmam bu thagachare.
Thank you very much, Saikom Sanju Meetei, for delivering the introductory speech as a part of itinerary of this program. Akoi hauzik mapung oina ngasigi thoram sigi dais ta lengsen biriba resource person sing dagi wafam tabit dikan ki mangoina na akoi Manipur University gi inthem asi mayam putna lepkhat minaraga sakminasi masigi ichai asi hauzik paireba Musu ki executive sina chen chongaga ling hibadi amasung putopi hibani adana isai se nauri bani maram oiraga phada bana so ayamba oiram gani hain ai thajai adana mayam da trek se thadok piraga mayam puna lepkhat minaraga sakminasi. Sanasam Saman, please come to. Mayam na warau biroi second ani khakta somda take.
Lourembam masai kolda Tungtinga ngani mi mahikoli Singlon mapalna ko'y simba Manipur imagi tampata Arang batawan dungan ko'y Mahayroy pusi pamil singka Mahay marot sumna palasalu Kansi Lourembam masay kolda Tungkin na ngani mi mahay koli Sinta pasinga sinta bi Kang luki kena batang dana Mahay roy laibat kena ba Awang bataki sindang sangi Lau singi mangan bibiduna Malit sinangan biyong Manipur taibang mahikol Kawihe iman Kansi Lourembam masay kolda Tinangani bi mahikoni Mahayroy kaya bulang singlima Manipur taibang mahikoni Kansi Lourembam masay kolda Tinangani bi mahikoni Tinangani bi mahikoni Tinangani bi mahikoni
It was a really goosebump, fantastic song. And once again, I would like to thank the Musu for sigumba isai pajakraba tu chungningai oiraba pajakraba isai puthokpi bedamakta nakhoibo amuk hana thagachari.
Ngasigi Keynote Speaker ki phampham langda lengsen bikraba matik char mingoina hangajarabada Professor W. Nabakumar Singh, former Dean of Human and Environmental Science po wahai amani kharatang thambinabagidamag kauthokjari.
Manipur University Students Union 2024-25 na sinbi langbi dana pangthoiba nongmayoiba convention unity amidst diversity reimagining Manipur's collective future aiba thoram sige hawdokpagi thoram sida mayai tangbanda lengsin biriba ikai khumnajariba sigumba thoram sigi athoiba mithunglen waina lengsin biriba Professor Naorem Lokendra Singh, Honorable Vice Chancellor Manipur University. Loina na sigumba yamna singlem laba thoram sigi special guest oina lengsin biriba Sheikh Noorul Hassan, Honorable MLA Kshetrigao AC Manipur. Duga masadi lengbi raktraba Jin bakar leibadagi mingwaina panjarabada koigi Lourembam Rameshwor Meetei Honorable MLA Keirao AC aduga sigumba thoram sigi thoram mapuina lengsin biriba koigi Presidium Member Professor Sheikh Ibohal Singh Din Students Welfare MU aduga aroibada and Suraj Singh President Manipur University Students Union 2024-25 thoram sigi khoi gi thoram mapu biriba pumna mapu ahan ba maktada ina ikai khumna ba utsari mathangda sigumba Musu na sinbi langbiriba thoram sida asauba saruk yabiriba resource person sing aduga university sigi tongan ba department gi faculty members sing university sigi research scholars sing amadi university sigi chhatra sing aduga baton phangdana university gi mapal da gi lengbiriba pumnamak poina han mamaktada ikok non khurum jabaga loinana ikai khumna bauchari yan han mamaktada sigumba yamna khunai sigi jiraba tanja sida yamna kari haigani pangthok bagi mathau yamna taraba thauram aduga khanadgadaba topic na unity amidst diversity reimagining Manipur's collective future aidana koi Musu na ngasi nomi yoi ba youth convention nama pangthok pasi yamna matam amasung mafam saba wafam amakhakni haibasi thamjabaga loina na sigumba thoram sida ai isagi oiba wakhalon khara phongdok sanabagi khudong saba pibi bagi damakta aina sinja langjari basingi mafamda isagi mahut sinjaraga tawbimal khangba amadi thagatjaba wahai phongdoksari university gi maheiroi singna sinba thoramnina aduga lengsin biriba pumnamaksu academic ki oiba discussion amakhak pangthok kadobana maram moiraga aina ngasi pijagadoriba keynote address khitang academic oriented oiba speech ama oina ai pijage haibasima ai lengsin biriba punamaki mafamda hanba maktada nonglukna ningsingjari chummi ngasi si khoi pumnamangna khangnaraba wafamni madudi Manipur is burning Manipur mai chai sahi ani henjalae yelho ngai dagi khunda laita duna leiminnarakpa loina na itihas ki athengba matamda amasung kuidaba matamda sangsalakpa mioi singa lamdam sigi maihorol dagi leira aba yelawmi singagi marakta achauba muknaba mana maram oidana ngasi Manipur gi koina yamna nungai traba situation namada lairi haibasimadi aina mayamda amuk nauhona nan ningsing jadragasu mayamna hena khangbiraba wafamni ado wafam si kumai tawdana koi khanaba yai aduga kamai tawdana masigi way forward amakak masi karam haina toraga santainaba madi puraktana koi gi collective oiba Manipur gi future ama natraga idea of Manipur ama semgat kadege haibasida Musuna yamna awangba mahikol amagi chhatra singgi apunba phurupsina sigumba wafamsi puthoga khanabi base yam matam jabane na ai mamang da su panjakhre aduna ngasigi khanabasina su khunaida thoiba thodo wathoksi nainabaga loina na masigi solution nama purakpada achauwa mateng oigani haibasi masu ai thajajabane aigi speech ki ahobasi ai Walter Benjamin naidana German gi historian philosopher amakaklai magi wakhalonduda yumpham oiraga ai haujage Walter Benjamin na magi origin of the German tragic drama aiba lairik to the history gi khongsak ki chaurakpa philosophical โดยว่า idea มาขัดมานะทำมาสิมานะกรีเขาเก็บบอกกันนะมานะชิจินนับว่าให้สิ ruins 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 มังตักไปแต่มานะ ruins ที่ historical cycle ละมันนี่ให้ ruins ใช่ปะสิ history สัตว์ลีบคงสัตว์ที่ cycle ละมันขังนี่อะดูนะก็ไม่ต้องนั่นมานะ explain ตัวเก็บอาหารบัดมานะให้ปะสิอะก็ยี่ historical materials มายามสิ history ที่สัตว์ลีบคงสัตว์ที่ philosophical truths โอ้ยนะเสียไหม historians ก็ยี่เลยเรามีว่า material historical materials มายามสิ philosophical truths โอ้ยอะดูได้กี่ดี material contains สิ่งสิอามุก truth materials อนโทเรสิ cycle นี่อะดูนะ material truth สิ่งสินะอะก็ยี่การีให้นี่ contain truth contains โอ้ยรักภาษามาสิ history กี่ปูวารีกี่ cycle สินะไปดูเก็บโอ้ยรักอีบ้า truth contains มายามสิ decaying ตัวรักกันมาที่กี่ significance มังกันมังกัปะกันลอยนะ history กี่ cycle สินะ ruin ใส่บ้ามามุกปูรักกันยังสิ่งที่วักขันล้นสิ่งนี้มานะปฏิทินเดทอกที่ว่า history กี่ cycle มายามกี่ civilization สิ่งที่ rise ตัวรักปะมุกอะดูอามุก ruins กุมทารักปะอามุกเขารักปะกี่วารีสิอะดูนะมานะมียามเดปินิ่งอีบ้ายามนั้นมารู้อีบ้า philosophy ดีกันดีหน่อยบ้าบุอะคุยเรื่องงั้นสิทั่วอีบ้า history กี่ทอกดอกปามเดบ้าทอกดอกวัดทอก ruins ส่วนนั้นเราไม่อยากบ้าสิ่งเสียมาสินะ history กี่อร่อยบ้า cycle ละมันนั่นเตะ ruins อามาทั่วบ้ามาตรงนั้นอันนู้นบ้าวักขลุ่นอามามุกเขารักกันนี่ไงอันนู้นบ้าวักขลุ่นอามาเขารักกันนี่ไงบ้ากี่ cycle ดูเนี่ยก็ยี่Walter Benjamin นะคุยแต่ปีริบว่ากันล้นสิอะดูนะไอ้หนังงั้นสิเลี้ยงเส้นบิริบะมารู้ไอ้นะ research scholars สิงอะดูกะ Larnet อะคุยกี่ faculty members สิงแต่ Hassan นี่สิอะคุยหนังงั้นสิมณีปุระเทียนนะริบะอะคุยนะ solution เลยแต่บ่ต้องนะคันริบะทั่วอีบะวัดทอกเสีย conflict เสีย ethnic กี่โอ้ยบะ community อันนี้อยู่โอ้ยบะมุกนะบะเสียมาสิ history cycle อ่ะมวยนะเยงอะกะมาสิ solution เลยแต่บ่ problem โอ้ยนะเล่ากี่มาหุดตา Walter Benjamin นะให้ได้มีบ่ว่าคันล้นตัว history cycle อ่ะมาดะลากบะ decaying โอ้ยบะ point อ่ะมาดะคุยเลยบะนี่มาสิได้อันนู้นว่า solution อ่ะมาพุทโธรากะอันนู้นว่า history กี่ phase อ่ะมาปูวารีกี่ phase อ่ะมามุเขารักไปอยากกันให้บะ Walter Benjamin นะปีรมีบะมากี่ philosophical โอ้ยบะ idea ดอมาดูดะคุยยุ่มพมวยรากะทั่วอีบะ solution เสียการะให้นะปูรักกันได้เกนัตรากะกุไม่ตัวกันได้เกให้ดนะอันนู้นว่าปูวารีกี่โอ้ยบะ phase อ่ะมาล้างนะบะกี่ทีบะกี่มาตั้มยาวเลยอะดูผมว่าทีบะกี่ทับกตัวดะอะคุย university community นะเลยดีว่า Larnet faculty members สิงนะนัตรหรากะตัวงานบะ research scholars สิงนะเลยดีว่ามากี่ field of investigation ดูดะในนาเรียรากะการะมามักขลกี่อัตโตปะอิติฮัสกี่อันนู้นว่ายาวละมาปูรักกันได้เกให้บะกี่วักขลนขันบะกี่มาตั้มดออะคุยอะดูดะทัศน์สิอะคุยคิดตั้ง rationalist โอ้ยนะ positivist โอ้ยนะขันละกะทุยบอกว่าฟังเสียสันตายนะบะยาระด้วยตัวว่าอามุขันนะสัมนะบะยาระด้วยตัวนะให้นะขันแบบ pessimist โอ้ยบะกี่วักขลเสียถ้าตัวก็ Walter Benjamin กี่วักขลล้นตัวจังสันสิให้บะเสียงั้นสิมุสูนะทำบิริบะ reimagining Manipur's collective future ไรเสีย ruins มาดกี้ปูวารีกี่อันนู้นว่ายาวลอามามุปุรักบะกี่วักขลล้นตัวนี้ให้นะทำจะกี่ให้บะว่าฟังเสียอาหารมามักจะได้ทำจะเลยอะดูกะ ruins มาเลยเลย history กี่ ruins มาเลยเลยอะดูกี่มาทั้งดะกะดีเลยอะคุยนะมายามทั้งนั้นบิรมไป postmodernism ในนะว่าเดริดากุมบะฟุโกกุมบะอะดูกะมากี่มาทั้งดะอะคุยกี่ในนะรักบะชาราอาวาสัยนะคุยกี่มาสู่คุยกี่ Jewish กับไปไอ้โน่ French กับไอ้โน่ไอ้ว่า philosopher นี่มาสู่มานะให้รำไป Eporia ไอ้บ่ว่าพัมมังกันเลยอันนั้น ruins and the Eporia อันนี้สำคัญนะไปกี่มาทุกได้ Eporia สิอะคุยเดริดานะฟุโกนะตัวงานมามองดะวันทุกฟีร์กสูชาราอาบาสนะกะรีให้นะปีเก็บุเอโปรียสิ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯁꯣꯂꯨꯁꯟ ꯂꯩꯇ꯭ꯔꯕ ꯁꯤꯇꯨꯌꯦꯁꯟ ꯑꯃꯗ ꯂꯩꯕ ꯃꯇꯝꯗ ꯀꯃꯥꯏ ꯇꯧꯗꯅ ꯃꯗꯨꯗꯒꯤ ꯋꯦ ꯑꯥꯎꯠ ꯑꯃ ꯊꯤꯒꯗꯒꯦ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯒꯤ ꯋꯥꯈꯜꯂꯣꯟꯁꯦ ꯑꯦꯄꯣꯔꯤꯌꯥ ꯍꯥꯏꯁꯤꯗ ꯆꯪꯉꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯅꯤ ꯑꯗꯨꯅ ꯔꯨꯏꯟꯁ ꯑꯦꯟ ꯗ ꯑꯦꯄꯣꯔꯤꯌꯥ ꯍꯥꯏꯗꯅ ꯉꯁꯥꯏ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯋꯥꯜꯇꯔ ꯕꯦꯟꯖꯥꯃꯤꯟꯅ ꯄꯤꯔꯤꯕ ꯋꯥꯈꯜꯂꯣꯟ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯁꯥꯔꯥ ꯑꯕꯥꯁꯅ ꯄꯤꯔꯤꯕ ꯋꯥꯈꯜ ꯑꯅꯤꯁꯦ ꯁꯝꯖꯟꯅꯔꯀꯥꯟꯗ ꯉꯁꯤ ꯊꯣꯛꯂꯛꯏꯕ ꯀꯟꯐ꯭ꯂꯤꯛꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯁꯣꯂꯨꯁꯟ ꯂꯩꯇꯕꯗꯧꯅ ꯂꯩꯔꯤꯕꯁꯤꯗ ꯁꯣꯂꯨꯁꯟꯁꯤ ꯀꯃꯥꯏ ꯇꯧꯗꯅ ꯄꯨꯔꯛꯀꯗꯒꯦ ꯍꯥꯏꯕ ꯑꯦꯄꯣꯔꯤꯌꯥꯒꯤ ꯋꯥꯈꯜ ꯁꯥꯔꯥ ꯑꯕꯥꯁꯅ ꯄꯤꯔꯤꯕ ꯋꯥꯈꯜꯂꯣꯟꯁꯤꯗ ꯑꯅꯧꯕ ꯏꯇꯤꯍꯥꯁꯀꯤ ꯌꯥꯋꯣꯜ ꯑꯃ ꯁꯥꯒꯠꯅꯕ ꯍꯣꯠꯅꯕꯗ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔ ꯌꯨꯅꯤꯚꯔꯁꯤꯇꯤꯗ ꯂꯩꯕꯤꯔꯤꯕ ꯂꯥꯔꯅꯦꯠ ꯐꯦꯀꯜꯇꯤ ꯃꯦꯝꯕꯔꯁꯤꯡ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯌꯥꯝꯅ ꯊꯤꯖꯟ ꯈꯣꯠꯆꯟꯕꯒꯤ ꯂꯝꯗ ꯃꯥꯡꯖꯤꯟ ꯊꯥꯅ ꯆꯪꯁꯤꯜꯂꯤꯕ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯖꯥꯇꯤꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯇꯨꯡꯂꯝꯆꯠꯁꯤ ꯃꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯂꯦꯡꯕꯥꯟꯗ ꯍꯥꯞꯇꯅ ꯄꯨꯔꯒꯗꯕ ꯑꯗꯨꯒꯨꯝꯕ ꯈꯨꯟꯅꯥꯏꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯃꯔꯨ ꯑꯣꯏꯔꯕ ꯁ꯭ꯀꯣꯂꯔꯁꯤꯡꯅ ꯑꯆꯧꯕ ꯊꯧꯗꯥꯡ ꯑꯃꯈꯛ ꯂꯧꯐꯝ ꯊꯣꯛꯏ ꯊꯧꯗꯥꯡꯗꯣ ꯂꯧꯅꯕꯒꯤ ꯑꯍꯥꯟꯕ ꯈꯣꯜꯂꯥꯎꯅꯤ ꯉꯁꯤ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔ ꯌꯨꯅꯤꯚꯔꯁꯤꯇꯤ ꯁ꯭ꯇꯨꯗꯦꯟꯠꯁ ꯌꯨꯅꯤꯌꯟꯅ ꯁꯤꯜꯂꯤꯕ Unity amidst diversity, reimagining Manipur's collective future haiba wafam se ahanba kholauni ahanba khongthang ne aina ai lojage aduna sigi naina basida masi historical cycle oina Walter Benjamin amasung Sarah Abbas na naina ragasu akoina philosophy of science the yengagasu wakhal gi awon basi akoina sum naina ba matamda akoina Karl Popper ki wakhalon nahi na bhai Karl Popper na philosophy of science nahi na matamda science is sum liangak bani liang dana lay bana te science is wakhal ki awon ba man larak bani wakhal ki awon ba si kari na purak ke haira kanda science ki lay rami ba facts ki falsification aran ba puthoga achum barom da sum sangsal lang na bagi cycle amada knowledge se sangsal lak bani hai bagi wakhal se ngasai gi Walter Benjamin hai riba material truth tagi truth contains oina all aga madu mu decaying taur akanda ruins ama lakba ruins tagi aporia ama lakba do philosophy of science na ba Karl Popper na hai riba wakhal lon adai di khadan no ba wakhal lon da akoi gi kunna ga hai riba paradigm shift aina science ki wakhal lon gi ahongba ma lakpa matamda falsification dagi paradigm shift ama lakani kai ba wakhalon singsi scientist philosopher aduga tongan ba philosopher sing na naina bada aina sum yengjabada ngasai gi Walter Benjamin gi ruins sai basiga Karl Popper gi falsification kungi paradigm shift singsiga sanaba mayam ama leibanina haiba scholars singsina pirambi ba lambi sida akoina solution leitana uriba mukna base masigi solution amakak aporia amakak phangna bhona bada akoi achowa thodang longmin si haiba wafam sina ai ihan han mamakda lengsen biriba learned scholars amasung research scholars singi mafamda appeal loina thamjagi akoi kitang kok chungsan naraga we need to put our heads together and we need to find a way out haiba waphan mom siba ai ahan mamakda ai gi keynote speech sigi ahan ba point oina thamjagi sigi matang sida koina masi nainaba matamda koi honorable vice chancellor masama koi history gi professor oijabani aduna ai di history da yamna khangjaban na te adugo pot amakak nainaba matamda historical reflection naise yaudragadi akoi pot sin nainaba yaro karigumba pot amakaki solution purakna ba honna ba matamda akoi historical reflection amakak tawagi mathau tagani mase Musu na iriba concepts da su yawe na khanjai ai historical reflection ama tawraba matungda historical reflection dugi light madugi historical reflection dugi background da yamna critical oiba analytical oiba thinking gi road map amakak semerga madugi dialogue ama purakna ba kariguma frame ama semagi mathau tai masini akoina reimagining tawda akoina tawgada ba pos ahanbada koi historical reflection ama yengsi Manipur gi historical reflection ama yenga kanda historical reflection dugi background da akoi gi tongan ba akoi gi academic pursuits mayam na piba theoretical background da yenga frame ba hapsal laga masi analysis tora kanda karam ba yaga da gyai se masi gi wafam se naina ba kaksan masi gi kitang marui ba wafam khradang ai lengsin biriba singi manung mamang da thamjage ko ani suba point oina aduna aina hausi ani suba point lengsin biriba learned scholars sing aduga research scholars singi mamang da thamjaning se akoi Manipur gi historical reflection matang yeng si hai Manipurgi puwari si hanggan amutang pak na yeng bagi matau tai natragadi masigi historical reflection dama historical revisit dama koi na tauba natragadi masigi background se koi munna khangoi aduna historical reflection dama historical revisit dama kak darkar lai haizabani aina haizaris adudi akoi gi history si yeng matam da koi kari do koi gi history si yeng matam da koi na aina sum khanjabada Gramsci na yam toina season na ba magi post Marxist idea da yam toina season na ba wakalon na makak lai man historically organic ideology hai adadi Manipur gi history gi lamai sing si akoi na phaga yeng ma matam da Gramsci na hai ba historical organic ideology se akoi Manipur gi history da laibra aina som ai itom da gi som aina self reflection aduga aina tamjariba subject nainazariba subject anthropology gi perspective tagi nainazaba matamda akoi gi Manipur gi history dagi akoi na yamna mayek sengna khangbasi Gramsci na hairamiba historical organic ideology se lai akoi gi historical organic ideology di karino akoi gi historical organic ideology di coexistence akoi gi wakalon da coexistence punna hingminabagi wakalon ama leiramni asini akoi gi organic oiba society sida ladiba tongan ba community sing sigi ideology da organic oiba ideology ama khalai ideology de karino haragadi akoi na historically organic oiba ideology ase historically organic oiba ideology si karino ina akoi na economic perspective ta yeng matamda chinga tamga haina tongan khundaminariba natraga tampakta natraga singda punna khundaminariba tongan ba nat leiba tongan ba lon ngangba tongan ba punsirolgi mahau leiba singsigi marakta economic interrelationship ama leinabagi mamagi ariba itihas ki matam bhawa colonial period na changaktri bawda akoi kari dorongebo akoi gi economy da akoi gi kari haini economic institution nama leirami ngai gi economic institution leirami ngai aba economic institution se masi laiminari ba tongan ba community singi marakta leiba interdependence coexistence tu hingna living oina thamba yana da ba institution ama khangni aduna ngai gi institution nai sida ngasai masi economic institution ama khakta natana tongan ba phok wari da leiba folk tales da aduga akoi gi mythical oina leiba myth singda sigi ideology se sagal kaidobagi folk tales da kaidobagi myths da ideology se sagal ino haibagi wakhallon di kari gi nobo matamdo da akoina aiba documented oiba history laitri gi angan ba matamda di pot khuding maksi akoina kadai da encode tawgebo folk tales da myths da sayings da proverbs da loinamak encode tawdaga thammi khudam oina haira kandaga akoina ga Meetei gi wahai daga hairamiba maring na saba sangbai bu nama hangbara ga hairamisi akoi encode ni masi kari haino maringi wakalon collective oiba apunba kari haini composite oiba history ma sagatna bagi chain na mane akoi ga maringa kayam naknai ga haibagi wakalon si tongan boina lawdaba coexistence ngasai Gramsci na hairami ba akoi ge historical organic ideology edo adugi ideology da yumpham saraga madu aiba oina leiraga mangi ga dabado kanbagi mota aiba leitri ngai da probab oina encode tawraga thanambagi proverb ama ka aina ningsang jabi wan sigumba proverb sigumba sayings sigumba folk tales bayam se akoi da yam stories yam inakuli haitai aduna matamdu dadi aiba buwari semjingi mamangda myths da folk tales da sayings da proverbs da encode tawduna thanamba mayam se madugi mayam do aina loina mak naina zabadi aterma matamda naina zaba ngamoi dabanina tongan ba history gi field research to biri basing economics gi field research to biri basing political science da culture da anthropology da sociology da to biri basing na akoi gi Gramsci na haiba historically organic oi ba ideology am leirambagi yumpham se masi amtang revisit toraga masigi narrative sing da akoi sagat bagi mathau amakak tai masigi historical leiraganda akoi historical foundation do da akoi wakhalong je sagat pa yai hai adubu ngasai Walter Benjamin gi wakhalong je khanara kanda mo historically organic oiba ideology oina leramba madugi material truth content oina lowdana madugi material truth content oina lowbodo adugi decaying se lae ba koida decaying se kadai de haurakebo akoida colonialism gi mamangda anouba dharma gi wakhalon changakpagi factor maduna laaba matungda amuk colonialism gi colonial administration gi sapu phanga kanda ngasai historically organic oiba ideology amada yumpham oiramba akoi gi ethnic narratives mayam se masigi narratives mayam si decaying am thole adugi decaying thole paduna ngasi di 2020 mamang 2000 adwai dagi Manipur da thole iba purup ki mungnaba mayam se historically organic oiba ideology dugi decaying amasum lakna haidarakna ruin sum semak paduna 2000 adwai dagi akoina sum urak paduna adugi mamang dagi urak paduna kaidora yebu ngasi dei 2025 sibau satharaga decaying oiba historical process ama khakta changjal la I haibase masi akoi khangmin na si haibani aduna changjal laiba sigi decaying oiba changjal laiba phase ama da akoi hojik laini aduna masigi phase dagi lantho egra akoina eporia oina masigi solution ama where out ama ka komai tawdana purakadagi aise masida akoi punamaki kok chungjan minare haraga yamna maru oiba kari haini idea of Manipur natraga Manipur gi collective future ama seminabagi wari mathau tai aduna historical ruin gi process ama kata lairamba ethnic narratives mayam gi decaying position si dagi anouba narratives ama ka hawbagi mathau tai karamba makhal gi anouba narratives ama hawgadagi haibase koi khanabagi mathau tai aduna anouba narratives ama kumai tawdana hawgadagi haibasi yengba matamda akoina tongan ba scholars singna piramba intercultural ecology maka koi nainaba darkar lai theoretical frame ama khaglai intercultural ecology natraga interethnic ecology laiminari ba yamna heterogeneous oiba Manipur gumba tongan ba lol leiba tongan ba lamchat chajat leiba tongan ba mitieng leiba tongan ba kari haigani lisat chajat leiba phuruk mayamna laiminaba yamna heterogeneous oiba social fact social hardware haitare akoina leiba social hardware si computer hardware like the social hardware is the heterogeneous of hardware and social heterogeneous of social hardware sima akoina study to matamda interethnic ecology is akoi naina badarkale interethnic ecology is naina matamda akoina si ecology is the theoretical frame kara pi moi historically naina baduna hauji phauge contemporary naina badama koina frame kara period aduna community kara laimena ba natraga chumnagi ecological term da tongan ba species kara laimena raga di komai tawna hingminagi je koina nature de yengma mathau tai habani moina haise ecology gi pot pusal lai je moina kaino nature de tongan ba species mayam ma lai species ama muthapase endanger oraga mutpadi yawi adu endanger musalak basina biological diversity si mangtana biological diversity mangak basina maram oidana akhoi gi future se dim oye si ecology sin hai sigi sakmana ba theoretical frame se diversity oiba human culture sigi marakta diversity si mangak tana homogeneous oina ba honarak pada lon kya musalak pa adu dagi di culture kaya mulak pa community kaya mutki base si biodiversity mulak pada akoi gi future dim moirak pa dumaina culture heterogeneity language gi heterogeneity mayam se mangsalak pada humanity gi tunglam cha che dim oi haibni aduna ngasai gi interethnic ecology si da moina kari haina haige bu ahan bada akoina social parasitism hai social parasitism is model amakan social parasitism si da koina biology ki species te yengna ragadi species amana atopa species amada pura exploit tawraga hingaga laibaduni na parasite hairadi ado social parasitism si lai koida aduna social parasitism si da kari lege bu si model si da di group ama khangna yamna gain tawni aduga group amana exploit tawraga mutki doine se khudam oina hairaganda araiba social parasitism gi khudam amaka koi naina ge haragadi colonial period imperial gi period economic exploitation thongla iba white and black te exploit torami ba manaba wakhalo leiram driba si social parasitism ne akoi da leiram ni ba akoi gi resource social parasitism aduna scholars sing na hairisi social parasitism gi pot se kuina sum sathadana leregadi humanity gi future se yamna dark way aduna social parasitism mai se akoi tauroi daba adugumba model amakang ne adubu model do sanna ba yada dana kaidore colonialism gi period leidana Africa amasung Asian states da anoba new states mayam ama semai anoba new states mayam ama semai aduga new states ti oiraga all society oiga sigi wakalon amaka pokle hoji adudi colonialism loigraba matungda akoi social parasitism gi wakalon se sulai leigraba pura mangraba do naina matamda akoina some political science da history da hena naina biramani hoji neo colonialism gi exploitation gi pot am leiri adudi leiriba neo colonialism gi exploitation gi pot si akoi inter community natraga inter ethnic ecology sida akoi Manipur da leiminariba purup mayam sigi marakta kanana kanabu exploit tawri haibagi nainabagi mathau khaktai sigi apunba wakhalon ama koi khangmin ba darkar lai madu exploit tawri ba kangu nasu exploit tawdana ba honaga dabani aduga exploit tawri ba kangu dona su makoi gi voice ma tholak ta akoi na tabi bagi matam oi haibani aduna akoi na hujun unazaba matamda history gi period kharada hena marui ba community kharana hena marui da ba community kharada exploitation tawagi pot laiti haiba yaroi madu lairagadi akoi exploit over kamuna su masigi pot se reduce tawna ba handhana ba karama makal gi khongthan lokhat ka de haibagi khanna bagi mathok tai nakal lamata da yeng bagi mauta mapumoi ba mit eng da yeng min na bagi mathok tai aduna social parasitism gi pot se sigi theoretical background da economically socially culturally akoi leiminari ba ethnic community mayam sigi manungda kanana kanabu manghali ye kanana kanabu tuhot piri gai bagi wakhallon se masigi puthoba matungda akoina madu nataba chumna hingmin bagi ngasai historically organic oiba ideology na Gramsci na hairami ba potuda punna hingmin bagi wakhallon gi ethnic narratives amaka sagat bagi mathau dai haibani aina thamjariba theoretical frames sigi ethnic narratives anova ethnic narratives ama koi pi bagi mathau dai hana leramiba narratives to decaying tawra nena anova historical reflection abada anova narratives ama pi ba darkar la yani adaidi akoina model kharaga mung naina ba matamda akoida yam toina choisi akoigi antibiosis antibiosis sai da kai dawo amana amaga hatokna ba amaga khatna ba antibiosis sai yamna social evil lamani hai masigi models moina hai ba antibiosis da no gain no loss like kanamta sorry no gain like both parties lost the antibiosis amana mabu hatokna ba angam ba hatokna ba gi pot sai antibiosis akoi ngasi Manipur da leriba ethnic conflicts 2000 adwai da gi tongan ba community singi marakta thoiba akoi musuel antibiosis ama lei na fil tawjai ai akoi amaga hatokna ba amaga exploit tawna ba aduna gain di kanam phangda group ani masa group masa singda khara sawna tu hatpagi parasitism gi pot lei adudagi di parasitism na taba masa singa su khut alak khartane antibiosis to bagi musuel antibiosis ki pose lei aba koi aduna parasitism na taba antibiosis ke concept ta akoi kada yauna lei ba ethnic community gi relationship se akoi masi revisit tawraga akoi anova ethnic narratives ama komai sagat sige anova social hardware ama komai sem sige na khanbagi matam oire akoi adudi khwaidagi hena phaba scholars na akoi da piramba intercultural ecology da hairagadi moina akoina angang oringa da science da tamakba symbiosis da amaga punna hingmin ba coexistence ai sineba aduna angan ba Manipur gi matam da leiram ba ngasai aina Gramsci na haiba historically organic oiba ideology da di coexistence symbiosis leiram symbiosis di posing na si akoi khanna dare aduna akoi antibiosis aduna amaga hatong na kan akoi kanamta da kanaba phangoi no gain akoi amata nan gain amta leiroi akoi loi mangjagani haibagi wakhallon sida symbiotic oiba wakhallon ama sagat bagi mathau tai haibasi aduna akoi aina sum thengnajabada ritual kharada Meetei gi ritual kharada symbiosis ki wakhallon si semi maramdi heterogeneity gi pot se akoina kari gumba se haikru hidong bagumba natraga khungangi lai gumba khuramba matamda akoina singju semaga tha tokpagi channa bim khale singju isi kaino mixer ni lairembi amana pot ama purakani atopa lai ke thel kawada atopa lairembi amna pot am purakani tongan ba pot mayam da punjal laka mixu singju oina semaga punna katpagi potu ne si coexistence ni ritual de encode tawra thambagi wani sigumba ritual de encode tawra thami ba pot sing se decode ma kak tok thok darkar le aduna ngasigi himinari ba punsirol sida akoi komai tawdana masigi coexistence ki symbiosis ki wakhalon ama sagat kadege haibagi matam dune ethnic narratives ama pina ba hona ba aduna akoina maru oina sigi matang sida ai maru oina aina historian sing da aina tawjaning ba appeal si aina yamna khangjadana tawjabana sadi aina thengnajaruba experience kara share tawbasi history si akoina nainaba matamda mamangaida dynastic history da nainabadagi hojikti anoba wakalonda social history ga bathole history yambasi elites na eva history oina tawradana society se represent tawba ngamdaba aduna social history ina ba honaba dadi aina ngasai haijarami ba akoina historical organic ideology adana mayam si folk tales ta proverbs ta leiba mayam si masi decode tawra kanda akoye composite oiba history maka ibagi mathau tai manipur gi narratives amaka khong ga haragadi sigi matang sidadi historian singna social history gi techniques mayam ama season naraga reconstruct tawra kanda apunba ethnic narratives amaka coexistence ki narratives amaka history gi background da piraga presence da symbiotic oiba social hardware amaka semeraga komai tawdana akogi leiminari ba ethnic communities mayam se punna hingminaba yagadage komai tawdana manipur gi khara yamna arangba collective oiba future ma semgadage komai tawdana manipur gi idea of manipur si historical background gi madugi kari hani madugi background da anoba manipur gi idea of manipur ma komai sagat kadage se koi khanbagi matam yaure masi khannaba honabada aina haijaning si haigi anthropology oiba perspective dagi aina khangjaba wakhalon khara mayam da thamjabani tongan ba field economics da history da political science da lairiba mayam sina loinamak unaraga tiangnaraga collective oiba wisdom ma kak sagalaga akoige apunba coexistence yumbam oiba symbiosis da yumbam oiba social hardware ma kak semaga collective oiba manipur gi future ma ka koi punna seminaraga hena phaba manipur amagi manglan da mangminasi eporia ma thiminasi ruins ki point leibani akoi ngasai benjamin walter benjamin hairamido masina history gi aroiba oiroi anoba rise amamu lakna bahona bada akoina anoba ethnic narratives amaka piraga hena bright oiba collective oiba manipur gi future amaka sem da bahona bada ngasi musuna tawriba one day convention sigi achauba khongthang oina lorga khongthang se manglom ta thangjana bahona bada manipur university gi authority nasu manipur university gi faculty sing nasu amasu university da leiba satra punamang nasu collective oiba responsibility amaka lominaraga hena phaba tonglam sat leigadaba manipur ama punna seminaba seminar si aiba wakalon se mayam gi mangda thamjaraga aigi keynote address e matang si tension lage thank you
asukit matik thagachai ozan Nabakumar gasigi pangthoiba tharom siga mari leinana yamna marik chumlaba fafam thambi begi namakta ashengba makni manipur asi phurup kontra gi mathakta leiribani adage ai isamak tangkhul oiragasu magi is south khara loi khene adage tangkhul manungda khun gi tongan ba lon tongan doi lei adu mayam phauna da tangkhul lon haiba amsu lei ashimai tawdana kanagumba kharadi ngasaina ozana haibi ki dumaina history pakatlaga sawbaje yawi adagi akhoi ai gi oina di ko history pakatlaga hena nungsinai ai sigi je second ani humtang lawjage aina sigi se tatana hai mamang chahi gi akhoi gi manipur gi ningtamba namit sidasu ai se moderator oina kawai adadasu aina phongtoki chinga tamga wakhan asuki mati khene ꯑꯩꯁꯤ ꯍꯦꯛ ꯒ꯭ꯌꯥꯟ ꯇꯥꯔꯛꯄꯗꯒꯤ ꯃꯩꯇꯩꯒ ꯑꯗꯨꯝ ꯇꯤꯟꯅꯔꯛꯑꯦ ꯃꯩꯇꯩꯒ ꯑꯗꯨꯝ ꯂꯨꯅ ꯇꯤꯟꯅꯔꯛꯑꯦ ꯍꯥꯏꯕ ꯇꯥꯔꯦ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯑꯣꯏꯔꯒꯁꯨ ꯆꯤꯡꯒ ꯇꯝꯒꯤ ꯋꯥꯈꯜꯂꯣꯟꯁꯦ ꯑꯁꯨꯛꯀꯤ ꯃꯇꯤꯛ ꯈꯦꯠꯅꯩ ꯁꯨꯃꯥꯏꯅ ꯇꯧꯗꯅ ꯑꯩꯉꯣꯟꯗ ꯃꯩꯇꯩꯒ ꯇꯤꯟꯅꯔꯒꯁꯨ ꯀꯥ ꯍꯦꯟꯅ ꯑꯩꯉꯣꯟꯗ ꯅꯨꯡꯁꯤꯕꯒꯤ ꯐꯤꯂꯤꯡꯁꯇꯣ ꯅꯣꯡꯃꯇ ꯂꯥꯛꯇꯦ ꯀꯃꯥꯏꯅ ꯂꯥꯛꯈꯤꯒꯦ ꯍꯥꯏꯕ ꯀꯥꯟꯗ ꯑꯩꯅ ꯑꯍꯟꯁꯤꯡꯒ ꯄꯨꯜꯂꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯈꯨꯟꯒꯤ ꯑꯍꯟꯁꯤꯡꯒ ꯄꯨꯟꯕ ꯀꯥꯟꯗ ꯑꯣꯖꯥ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯁꯤ ꯍꯥꯟꯅ ꯁꯅꯥꯃꯍꯤ ꯂꯥꯠꯂꯝꯃꯤ ꯍꯥꯏ ꯑꯗꯒꯤ ꯄꯥꯟꯊꯣꯏꯕꯤ ꯍꯔꯥꯎꯔꯝꯃꯤ ꯍꯥꯏ ꯑꯗꯩ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤꯁꯨ ꯃꯩꯇꯩꯒ ꯃꯥꯟꯅꯕ ꯌꯦꯛ ꯁꯂꯥꯏ ꯂꯩꯖꯩ ꯁꯤꯒꯨꯝꯕ ꯃꯌꯥꯝꯁꯦ ꯊꯤꯖꯤꯜꯂꯨꯕ ꯀꯥꯟꯗ ꯑꯣꯇꯣꯃꯦꯇꯤꯀꯦꯂꯤ ꯑꯩꯅ ꯅꯨꯡꯁꯤꯔꯣꯏꯒꯦ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯒꯁꯨ ꯌꯥꯗ꯭ꯔꯦ ꯃꯇꯣꯝꯇ ꯑꯗꯨꯝ ꯑꯩꯉꯣꯟꯗ ꯅꯨꯡꯁꯤꯕꯒꯤ ꯐꯤꯂꯤꯡꯁꯦ ꯑꯗꯨꯝ ꯂꯥꯛꯆꯩ ꯍꯥꯏꯕ ꯇꯥꯔꯦ ꯑꯗꯨꯅ ꯑꯣꯖꯥꯅ ꯉꯁꯥꯏꯒꯤ ꯍꯥꯏ ꯑꯗꯨꯃꯥꯏꯅ ꯁꯤꯝꯕꯥꯏꯑꯣꯁꯤꯁꯁꯦ ꯑꯩꯁꯨ ꯏꯇꯣꯝꯇ ꯂꯦꯞꯄ ꯉꯝꯃꯦ ꯃꯥꯁꯨ ꯃꯇꯣꯝꯇ ꯂꯦꯞꯄ ꯉꯝꯃꯦ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯒꯗꯤ ꯌꯥꯔꯣꯏ ꯑꯃꯒ ꯑꯃꯒ ꯏꯟꯇꯔꯗꯤꯄꯦꯟꯗꯦꯟ ꯑꯃꯒ ꯑꯃꯒ ꯁꯤꯌꯔꯤꯡ ꯇꯧꯕ ꯁꯤꯒꯨꯝꯕ ꯀꯥꯟꯗ ꯈꯛꯇ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯃꯁꯦꯟ ꯅꯨꯡꯁꯤꯅꯔꯛꯀꯗꯕꯅꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯁꯦ ꯍꯥꯏꯖꯒꯦ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯂꯦꯠꯁ ꯇ꯭ꯔꯦꯁ ꯕꯦꯛ ꯇꯨ ꯍꯤꯁꯇ꯭ꯔꯤ ꯅꯩꯅꯁꯤ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯍꯦꯟꯅ ꯅꯨꯡꯁꯤꯅꯅꯕ ꯍꯣꯠꯅꯃꯤꯟꯅꯁꯤ ꯃꯩꯇꯩꯁꯦ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯐꯔꯝꯃꯦ ꯍꯥꯏ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯏꯄꯨꯅ ꯋꯥꯔꯤ ꯂꯦꯝꯕ ꯑꯩ ꯁꯦꯀꯦꯟ ꯀꯨꯟꯊ꯭ꯔꯥ ꯂꯧꯖꯒꯦ ꯆꯤꯡꯒꯤ ꯌꯨ ꯉꯥꯎꯕ ꯂꯥꯛꯑꯦꯅ ꯃꯩꯇꯩ ꯃꯆꯥꯁꯤꯡꯁꯦ ꯀꯤꯗꯅ ꯂꯣꯠꯂꯤ ꯍꯥꯏ ꯑꯗꯨꯕꯨ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯇꯤ ꯇꯝꯄꯥꯛꯇꯁꯨ ꯊꯛꯇꯕ ꯂꯩꯇ꯭ꯔꯦ ꯍꯥꯏꯕ ꯇꯥꯔꯦ ꯇꯝꯄꯥꯛꯇ ꯁꯟ ꯁꯤꯕ ꯀꯥꯟꯗ ꯆꯥꯕꯤꯅꯕ ꯂꯩꯇꯗꯅ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯑꯍꯟꯁꯤꯡ ꯀꯧꯊꯔꯒ ꯄꯨꯈ꯭ꯔꯣ ꯊꯧꯔꯤ ꯌꯥꯜꯂ ꯁꯤꯕꯅꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯗꯤ ꯆꯥꯗꯦꯅ ꯇꯧꯔꯝꯃꯤ ꯍꯥꯏ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯇꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯗꯒꯤ ꯑꯣꯏꯅ ꯂꯩꯕ ꯂꯥꯛꯑꯦ ꯑꯗꯨꯅ ꯃꯇꯝꯁꯦ ꯑꯣꯜꯂꯦ ꯍꯥꯏꯕ ꯇꯥꯔꯦ ꯃꯌꯥꯝꯅ ꯋꯥꯔꯧꯕꯤꯔꯣꯏ ꯑꯩꯒꯤ ꯑꯦꯛꯁꯄꯤꯔꯤꯌꯦꯟꯁ ꯑꯗꯨꯝ ꯊꯝꯖꯕꯅꯤ ꯊꯦꯡꯛ ꯌꯨ ꯚꯦꯔꯤ ꯃꯆ ꯁꯔ Nabakumar, once again, next, may I have the honor to call upon our respected and beloved special guest of today's program, Sheikh Noorul Hassan, Honorable MLA Keirao AC, Manipur, to kindly move forward and deliver a speech. Please, sir.
Thank you, Professor Sir, for your insightful speech. A warm greeting to one and all, Honorable Vice Chancellor, respected dignitaries on the dais, the member of the Manipur University Student Union, faculty members, dear students, and fellow citizens of Manipur. Today, it is indeed an honor for me to stand in front of all of you to participate in this very important convention dedicated to the theme Unity Amidst Diversity, Reimagining Manipur's Collective Future. ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯏꯔꯝꯗꯝ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔ ꯁꯤ ꯌꯥꯝꯅ ꯐꯖꯕ ꯆꯪꯈꯣꯟꯕ ꯑꯗꯨꯝꯂꯕ ꯁꯃꯥꯖ ꯑꯃꯈꯛ ꯑꯣꯏ ꯀꯔꯤꯒꯤꯅꯣ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯒꯗꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔ ꯑꯁꯤ more than 34 ethnic indigenous communities na pullaga khundali taminaba adumlaba samaj amakakne. It's one with its rich heritage, language, and cultural aspirations, expressions. From the hill to the valley, our society has been shaped by the centuries of coexistence, mutual respect, and shared aspirations. Inclusive development must be the soul of our governance in such a multi-ethnic society. We cannot think of progress in Manipur without acknowledging and respecting the rights, concerns, and contributions of its Meetei, Kuki, Naga, Meetei Pangan, or any other smaller ethnic indigenous groups whose identities are woven into our cultural destiny. Multiculturalism as a theory and as a practice finds its most relevant, authentic relevance in here. In Manipur, multiculturalism is not an abstract idea but a life reality. It is what makes us resilient, creative, and unique. But it also demands from us a higher responsibility to build policies rooted in fairness, mutual trust, and a vision of shared prosperity. We must always operate on the basis of the ideals enshrined in the Constitution of India, which guarantees equality, justice, and fraternity. The Constitution of India has also recognized the special provisions for the northeastern state to preserve their cultural ethos and safeguard the rights of the people, rights of the citizens of India. We must draw our strength from these constitutional guarantees as we strive to heal and to rebuild. Governance in Manipur must be founded upon mutual respect amongst all ethnic groups. No one community can prosper in isolation. Our future will be safe by how we choose to engage with one another in the time of crisis and calm. Koigi rises say that yamna thokaningda levaktiva violent conflict amakak haukiba May Tarik Ahum 2023 the Tokivana Maramurga Maduna Maramurga ngasi for was a quida Yamna Sativa Madubu Quay deep wounds amakak like Hivado Madagi Quay Kakalanganabuhona but Yamna critical loeva juncture Amada Quay Kudimak Liminari Bani have a equivalent a Kangminarabanga Haktane. Countless families have suffered. We have seen fear, mistrust, and anger that take hold of hearts that once were open to friendship. As a representative of the people, it is our solemn duty to heal these wounds and not allow history to be a prison that traps us in perpetual conflict. I wish to appeal to both Meetei and Kuki communities to come forward with open heart, with courage and compassion to restore the bonds that once united us. Let us strive together to rebuild and revert to the era before the tragic event of May 2023, a time when dialogue and coexistence were possible. And then go further to build an enduring peace that no provocation can ever break. The way forward requires a collective commitment. The way forward requires a collective commitment to objectivity. This is a very serious point where we all must focus and come together. Without objectivity, all efforts are useless. Without focusing on objectivity, all our aspirations are useless. Whether in politics, the media, or the academic space, we must have the courage to analyze the problems without bias towards our own ethnic group. Academic neutrality is essential to our universities to remain spaces of free thought and honest reflection. At the same time, our youth must be placed at the center of governance. They are the torch-bearer of new ideas, new solidarities, and new solutions. It is vital that youth, or the young people and women, are empowered to participate meaningfully in decision-making processes at every level. This is not only good governance, it is also a guarantee of sustainable peace. Dear student, I urged to reject the politics of, I urge to you to reject the politics of division, to stand for a Manipur where no communities feel threatened, to become leader who will champion unity in diversity and build bridges where walls have risen. As we reimagine our collective future, let us do so with the conviction that prosperity, peace, and development must be for all, without exception and without exclusion. I thank the Manipur University Student Union for this opportunity to share my thoughts. Together, let us affirm our faith in the idea of Manipur. The very idea of Manipur which we have lived for centuries, and the very idea of Manipur which we all have come together to regain and reaffirm, a place where differences are not our weaknesses, but strength that can propel us to a more dignified and harmonious tomorrow. Thank you. Jai Hind, Imam Manipur na Yaifar. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your wonderful and valuable speech that sir has delivered. May God bless you to serve the people of Manipur more and to have a bright future endeavor. Mathangda pumnamakna ikai khumnazariba ngasigi chief guest ki phampham langda lengsin biriba mingoina hangatcharabada Professor Naorem Lokendra Singh, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Manipur University bu wahai khara thambinabagi damakta kaukhatchari.
Learned members on the dais, Professor W. Nabakumar Singh, Keynote Speaker, former Dean of Human and Environmental Science, Hon'ble MLA Keirao Assembly Constituency, Sheikh Noorul Hassan, Professor Ibohal, Dean Students Welfare, Shri N. Suraj Singh, President Manipur University Student Union, learned faculties, learned deans, Sri Radhakumar, IAS, retired, representative from different students' associations in the state, office bearers of Manipur University Student Union, distinguished invitees, friends from the media, and ladies and gentlemen. practically for about 20 years, from around 2000 to around 2020, Manipur both in the hill as well as in the plain areas presented a picture of fast economic development, educational development. It presented a picture of increasing interaction with the outside world. Tourists kept on coming in the state of Manipur. Many visitors used to come, even a number of honorable ministers from the government of India used to visit Manipur University and many other places. There was a very vibrant dialogue for overall economic growth and development of the state. Manipur was practically on the threshold of economic takeoff. Everyone, irrespective of gender or age, they were always on the move to build up a career for themselves. Everyone was busy to get engaged in some kind of economic activities or the other. Trilateral highway, it was actively under construction. Manipur University is only around 100 kilometers. So every visitor to our university used to go off to Tamu and come back in the same afternoon after seeing the life in Burma. Throughout the hills and the valley, the socio-economic life of the people, common villages, were almost getting transformed. Children, women, many women and children, they were very active in the economic activities of the state. I remember research scholars and the teachers from University of Mahidol in Thailand. They were coming all the way from Bangkok along the trilateral highway to see how this trilateral highway was, functioning. They were on the lookout for further, investment and further plans in order to bridge the distance between Thailand and many other places in Northeast India. Teachers and students of University of Moniwa used to come to Manipur University. They spent 15 days here in Manipur University. Our faculties took them to different offices in Manipur. The faculties and the students were given an exposure of what things were going on about our hospitality industry, about our tourism industry, how the educational institutions are functioning and all that. Similarly, students and the faculties of Manipur University used to go to Mandalay, visited Mandalar College. There used to be international conference. Our faculties used to travel repeatedly. Many institutes and the universities in Myanmar and Southeast Asia, particularly Thailand, to take forward India's Act East policy. Economics department was taking a project under University Grants Commission. Such a bright kind of a, stage of socio-economic development was brought to a complete halt after the unfortunate political development in Myanmar, after the military takeover of, say, Myanmar. Everything was cut off. Earlier, there was no time for people, common men, for youths, for women to engage in, non-constructive and usable way of life. Everyone was thoroughly engrossed in earning a good life for their children, for their family, for themselves. There was no time for our boys and girls to sit and ponder and to debate, on the bitter aspects of life. They were always on the lookout. They were trying to find out opportunities of how to take advantage of the changing, transforming socio-economic way of life. But after this unfortunate development in 2021, suddenly some kind of a darkness had set in this part of the country. Most of the opportunities of our youths, of our entrepreneurs, of our, working women, of our, women in the rural areas, who used to earn their livelihood from this kind of a transformative economic life, was completely was brought to a halt, and a new kind of a setting started coming up. So, and that was the kind of a situation in 2023 that this unfortunate incident had happened. Many other factors were there, which I need not dwell here because we have been constantly reading about it in the local paper, in the TV debate. Myra Paibis, they are constantly on debate and discussing on major issues which are being confronted by our people both in the hills as well as the plain. There are debate consistently on the historical roots, on so many other aspects of the, on ideas of Manipur, which are extremely revealing and which are going to give a real bearing on the future development of the state of people in the state of Manipur. I will not digress the point. Now, last few months, not few months, many months, we have been noticing, we have been seeing, we have been reading, and we have been informed about the, tremendous sort of initiative being taken up by the state government, by the central government, by the CSOs, by the, different ethnic community leaders. And of course, things have considerably cooled down. I am a big optimist. I always believe in time as a great healer. And I think healing has started. I believe that healing has started. And I think it will not take much time to bring about some kind of an acceptable to all categories of people in the state of Manipur, some kind of a new life, some kind of a normal life is about to begin. But I would like to say that a lot of initiatives have been taken up. But one area in which I would like to give stress is that I believe that the women in this part of the country, historically, socially, culturally, they represent a very powerful moral force, very powerful, unlike other states, unlike other regions of the country. I have seen many of the women leaders, I have heard about their ideas, I have been constantly listening to their ideas. They have been extremely like they've been trying their best to handle the situation. And day and night they have been working in order to bring about some kind of reconciliation, some kind of peace. And they have succeeded considerably on this front also. But the large mass of the women, the mothers, real mothers, both in the valley and the hill, many of them are suffering. A great number of mothers have not been, I can see that they have not been able to provide proper food to their children. They have not been able to provide minimum educational facilities to their children. They have not been able to provide minimum medical facilities to their children, both in the hills and in the valley. The problems, the pains of the common women who are the mothers of good number of children. We need to give a little bit of emphasis on their problems, their plights, and the potentialities of these women. If we can give an opportunity to the common woman whose children have missed giving examinations of middle school or LP school and high school, who have started thinking that the future of their children are bleak. Mothers of those children who cannot be given proper medical treatment because of number of common ailments. In Manipur, dengue is very popular. COVID has started again coming up. Healthcare facilities in the hill areas have been completely dismantled. We have not been given proper information of what's happening in the remote hill areas and in the remote areas of Manipur Valley. But one can understand their pains and grievances from the way they speak in the media. Many people have expressed their willingness even to give up their life. They have reached this stage of their frustration. Once opportunities can be given to this common woman, apart from the CSOs and other, educated, elite-led organizations, if they be given opportunities to sit together, exchange their ideas in some places far off from the state of Manipur, I firmly believe that they will have no hesitation in speaking out their mind, which they have not been speaking it out for a number of months, neither to the media nor to any of the social elites and social leaders, but their hidden grievances and pains concerning their livelihood, their inability to feed their children, to treat their children, to support their children, and their inability to give hopes to their children. These, agony, these pains have completely, have been afflicting these women. The sisterhood of the mothers. I think in literature also there's a thing called sisterhood, feminine sisterhood. This may be given an opportunity to come out with their, human grievances, the grievance of a mother. Forget about grievance of a community. There's a saying that even the poorest of the poor, they will keep something, a few coins for their children. Even a beggar of the street, they will hide something for their, sons and daughters, to feed them, to meet their requirements. Mother's psyche is something different. And it is these mothers whose pains, whose agony we need to appreciate, because last 25 months the economy has been completely dislocated, dismantled. All the economic arteries have been completely blocked, choked. A good number of women from the hill areas who used to earn their livelihood and support their families by selling their products in the foothills and in Manipur Valley markets, how will they survive? Good number of people who have problem of heart disease, diabetes, these are the common ailments. Who is going to look after these health problems? We have information and we have seen that the fabric, the socio-economic fabric both in the valley and the hill is completely collapsed. Similarly, the youths. I am very happy that our student union has taken up this initiative. India is talking about demographic dividend. Our strength is in the youth, the common youth. I can understand the, grievances, the frustrations of the youths. I've seen the interview in the television of many of these youngsters who are aspiring to become military officers, civil servants, entrepreneurs, and when they were asked about what kind of life they are leading in the, conflict area, they used to say that they are there to protect their land. It's a kind of distortion, distorted ideas had been given about the land rights. Official definitions, official ideas about the property rights, community rights, land rights, this needs to be properly spelled out by the authorities from the, official books and established, rules and regulations of the government. I have come across many such, ideas from all these youngsters in many of the interviews and the TV records. Therefore, I take this opportunity to thank our student union for providing this opportunity to our academics and scholars to once again revisit what's happening in the state and come out fresh ideas, as Professor Nabakumar was talking about, an organic idea. We should not be trapped in the, wheels of traditional ideas. We should come out with new ideas, and this convention should be able to give new ideas to bring about some kind of a acceptable and a reasonable modality of coming to a normal and a peaceful life in the larger interest of the people in the state, both in the hill and the plain. And that should be one way of thought process which will give inputs to the policy planners in trying to come up with some practical solutions. I would like to thank the organizer once again for giving me this opportunity to say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you very much, special guest of today's program. So that was a very important speech that really revived and rejuvenate the mind and energy of the youth to do something for the betterment of Manipur. And I do hope everyone listened to every word, to every sentence that Sir has delivered and digest properly. Thank you very much once again. Now, for the last but not the least, we have a speech, and after this, we will listen to Manipuri state song, and it will be presented by Manipuri University student in collaboration with Sim band. So I request the students and the members of band to get ready. Now, may I have the honor to call upon a respected Sir, Presidium Member of today's function, Professor Sheikh Ibohal Singh, Dean of Student Welfare, Manipur University, to kindly move forward and deliver a speech.
Mayam punamak ikong non ikai khuna ba usaba galoina na kurumjari Manipur University Student Union 2024-25 na sillaga pangthok piriba Nongmagi oiba Youth Convention on Unity Amidst Diversity, Reimagining Manipur's Collective Future. Haiba discourse asigi chief guest oibiram bahujikta hana preoccupied engagement nama laibadagi thokpigraba koi puno wangnai kai khumnajariba Manipur University ki Vice Chancellor Professor N. Lokendra Singh, Loinana special guest on election Biriba Keirao Assembly Constituency ki Honorable MLA Sheikh Noorul Hassan, Kshetrigao Assembly Constituency ki Honorable MLA Sheikh Noorul Hassan, Loinana Kudakta Asin Bama dagi lakpipa ngam gidraba Keirao Assembly AC ki Honorable MLA Lourembam Rameshwor Meetei Musu na puthok piriba thim masida jamna masa tana Keynote Speech PB giba khoi kai khumnajariba oja Professor W Nabakumar Singh Hana University asigi Student Welfare gi loina na Human and Environmental Science ki School ki din su abiramba oja loina na Musu 2024-25 ki Presidium ki thau pubiriba Shri N. Suraj Singh loina na yamna maru oiba technical session da moderator oibigadauriba kai khumnajariba hana Manipur ki tongan ba loisang bayam amagi commissioner na singbu oibiramba art and culture ki aduga review ni ki commissioner oibiramba kai khumnajariba Shri Kangjam Radhakumar Singh, retired IAS, aduga panelists oina wangang wi gadawriba kai khumnajariba igi oja Department of Political Science GP Women's College ki head Shri K Dr. K Indrakumar Singh, aduga Dhanamajuri University ki Associate Professor oina thau bubiriba Dr. Arambam Noni, retired IAS Dr. Puni Mao, Mathangda Mr. K.S. Silly Anthony, Dr. Ambedkar Center of Excellence ki faculty member, Mathangda Islamic scholar and founder IRI Manipur ki Hangnai Raba scholar Aigi Marup Mr. Mufti Azemuddin Sheikh, loina Department of Psychology ki dynamic vibrant oiruba assistant professor Dr. Gangumai Kamai, Manipur University ki tongan ba department ki faculty member punamak research scholars sing chhatra chhatri sing maru oina Musu ki office bearer punamak sigumba ngasi ki discourse asi pangthokna bohona bada Musu ki office bearer na jamna kanna honaki baduda isu samna din students welfare wajaru baduda karai gi site gi khusin balang bada suggestion bijagi ba ke do waduna maram moidena ngasi si one of the humble Presidium members wajaru bani yam samna ai technical session hen nongai gi dong mali yam samna ai mafam manga tarang thamjaraga mayam adum lansan jana dum tauram ji pangthok pu nungai dong mali matam si thengjal abani na hojik si koin tawribo program jamna pikpa court hall ji ki manung da pangthok pani adubu media sino world si control to matam mamani hojik si media controls the world haina ba yawi dana state asigi media gi marung pampunamak aina han ba mokta dai kai khunu buchari hojik si dom nongalak paga dom newspaper mayam si sometimes Washington Post yaure New York Times yawi Myanmar rum da phongba khabar mayam yawi si soft copy se dom social media gi platforms in the dom phangi Manipur da phongi ba khabar sing yauna the social media gi platform mayam amada पाव मैम अमु फंगी मसी मैम से सुम कलेक्टिवली येंगुर कांदा कोई पिथरी बिसी पंग कोई कुइदों मांद्रेगा ऐसे सुम फिल तोरक तंजाम है याव येंगोन मिडल ईस्ट रोम द तौरिबा रशिया गा तौनरिबा लान मैम अमा वेस्टर्न कंट्री रोम तौरिबा मैम से सुम येंगुरगदी पिथरी सिबु पंकुई कुइररोइद्रा गाना सुम कोइ निंगहनबो पोगलकपा मतम ममनी हाइजब ताई सिगुम्बा मतम सिदनी टर्मोइल से हेक्ता थोकपा कैनोमदगी सु कनम हेक्ता ओइबा याबा शेड्यूल तौरबा प्रोग्राम से सडनली हेक्ता कैंसिल तौबा अनटुवर्ड इंसिडेंट से हेक्ता थोलकपा याबा याम सेंसिटिव ओइबा स्टेट हाइतारे मणिपुर से मसाइगी इकाई खुमनजरिबा MLA ना हाइबिरमबदो इथनिक कम्युनिटी कुंथ्रा मरी लैबा लैरिबा इथनिक कम्युनिटी सिगी तोंगान तोंगान बा डायनामिक्स लैबा सार नबकुमार ना हाइबिरमबदो याम हेट्रेसनेस ओइबा कल्चर की ओइबा लाइनिंग की ओइबा इथनिसिटी की ओइबा मसाक मयाम अमन लैबा यामना डाइवर्सिफाइड ओइबा स्टेट ही लिसिंग लिसिंग की पुवारी सागोनरगा लाखवा लमदम से नौ नौना मोय खोई कलेक्टिव फीचर सी सागतपा यागदगे यामना इंगना तंगरु लैताना लैबा यागदगे हाइबगी पर्सपेक्टिव तनी खना नैनरिसी यामना मरु ओइबा सार नबकुमार ना हाइबिरमबनी इट्स वेरी टाइमली वेरी रिलेवेंट एंड हाइबिरमे कोई सी लाइब्रेरी इन इंफॉर्मेशन साइंस दा छात्रा मोने सुम लैबनिना लाइरिक सिंसी सुम लाइब्रेरी की इंचार्ज का सुम ओइजबदो सुम थेंगनबा मयाम यावे 1940s की अर्ली मतम स्वाइसिदा लमजान बा इराबोना हाइरमबा मखक लै मागी कलेक्टेड वर्क्स खरदगी सुम थेंगनजबनी कॉलोनियल मतम की मतमदसु अदुगा पोस्ट कॉलोनियल की मतमदसु मणिपुर सिदा इराबोन उगिबसी शक्पिकपा स्क्वायर किलोमीटर लिसिंग कुलुमदो फवादबा हाइतारे मणिपुर सिदा सिंगतम खाइदोकपा सिंगदना एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन अमा लैबदोंग तौबा वैली एरिया सिदना एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन अमा दोंग लैबदोंग तौबा मसी इराबोन ngasi सही 13 मंगागी ममांगदगी हाइरमे सी यारोय सिगी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन खुतौसे तुंगदा वा याम यामनरकनी हाइरमबम खक थेंगनैयेबा दु याम सुमब्राइन खल्ले कोई साराधा कुमार लेंजिन बिरी यामना एना नैनबिरबनी मणिपुर की लैंड रिवेन्यू की करिगी मयाम अमा पाइबिरमबनीना सारनसु होरेन टेक्निकल सेशन दा मॉडरेटर अमा ओइना मागी वरोल मयाम थमकपदा याउबिरकनेसु फील तौजै MLR LR की मतंग सिना कोंजनबा याबा यादबा सिंगी एरिया लो लैंड लो से अमा हेक वेबदोंग तौबगी मयाम अमा आई मदुदा डीपली चसररोय मरमदी आई मदुदा एक्सपर्ट अमा सु नचदी याम फजबा तोंगान तोंगान बा कल्चरल की आइडेंटिटी लैजबा मखल मथेल मसु मयाम अमगी लै हाइतारे सातपा याम फजबा मणिपुर से लैकोल अमा ओइना येंगा कांददी होरेन हेंगमिनासी अखोइगी सेम थादोकदोरी हाइन ताई अखोइसी यामना यूनिक ओइबा स्टेट अमा ओइरिनेबा तोप कंट्री मयाम अमदा चलुरकांदा मणिपुर जी औरकांदा टॉप टॉप अमा फील तवीना हाइबा मणिपुर की बायोडाइवर्सिटी से ओंथोंना फजग्रबा रिसेंटली वर्ल्ड बायोडाइवर्सिटी डे पांथोकपा कांदा मणिपुर की ऑनरेबल गवर्नर ना हाइगिबा खगे खबर थेंगनै मणिपुर की बायोडाइवर्सिटी से अदुकी मतिक इना खुल्लबा मियोइबना सोक्त्रिबा दुगुम बायोडाइवर्सिटी लै हाय रिसर्च तौनिंगबा कांगुगिदि मसी वर्जिन एरिया ऑफ रिसर्च ने पनगिबा मान याम चानाबा बायोडाइवर्सिटी के सुख फजबा लैबा मयाम अमा अदो हुजिक्ति ओइरइसि करिनो हारगदि मयाम ने हेन खंगबिरमनी सिंगमाइ सि तुमना हेता कोकथोकपा नोंग हेक तारकपा कांदा वैली एरिया से सडनली फ्लडेड हेता ओइबा ग्लोबल वार्मिंग की वा मयाम अमा तानरी देन क्लाइमेट चेंज की वा मयाम अमा तानरी हुजिक थोकलइसिदि क्लाइमेट इमरजेंसी की वा मयाम अमा थोकलअबनिको अहोंगबसि मयाम अमा लाअबने तौरिसे अदुना ngसाइगी फुरुप सिगी मागी फुरुप सि खतंग खनबसिना मरम ओइदना तोप फुरुप ता सोहलकपगी पोसिमसु याम तोइना अखोइना थेंगनबा पोरमनी दुमसि अल्टीमेटली दि nature da su am chong so lak pagi mami ma tai ba masina aduna haina ba lai nature da di horu no haidana nature da bo singna ro di no ma du gi nature na pirak ko sai theng du yam na khang wa ni se dum haira ba poramani madu akhoi hojik witness woire adu pisak pikpa manipur si mau gate gi na namphalong gi gate phau si ayuk ki pung manga si de gi scooter ama tuang la kuda namita de ga namphalong bazar si yodong male pisak pikpa lam ni ko jiri bam da gi na toloi sing phok chat pa si ga sun namita ro pisak pikpa lam si da khoi si khaibung dong wa sigi pot mayam si yam nongai ta ba pot amani ekoi gi yam lai gre masi to bu ya ba se geographically yeng kanda hill area in lai se sea level da gi meter sama da gi na sanga bhogi manung da lai ba si low hills ne na classify to wa medium hill ki range lai si na 500 to 1500 meter की range lai area si hill ne hai medium hill high hill is na 1500 tagi na 2500 meter ho ki manung da lai ba samai ta na very high hill ga si na 2500 meter ki mathak lai ba si ne na classify ta bu theng nei ado Imphal city si 786 meter ne ba sea level da gi lai ri si khwai da gi wang ba sing ni Manipur ki Mount Iso Mount Maya da lai ri si 2994 meter ne ba sigi pot mayam se lo yenguraga di Manipur entire state of Manipur se hill state amane aba sida valley gi singi ga na khaidok pagi mahuta apun ba Manipur si singi state ni ga na lau thoga constitution gi safeguard oi ba su ya ba Bharat Samvidhan gi 6 schedule ga si sana wo problem lai bra apun bagi oina adu oraga di lane gi kari gi lai ba dispute ka si loina resolve to bo yaro idra ga si sometimes ai expert in te som khanjarak bagi wani lairik ta kai da I bu som thengnaru bu de gi haija bai wani janena ta ira bo na ga 1940s gi early period ga hairam mi bo wa ga si ai khoi gi politician sing na ga maru naina bi bu da kari kai gi ba geopolitics ki thokla iba asina pira iba influence hai ga dra impact hai ga dra masina sahi lising kaya amagi puari sago na dan laaba tongan ba ethnic community mayam sigi marakta common share mayam ama political gi oiba culture gi oiba mayam si share tongminar ga la ka na sahi lising ani helaba matam ama ne bojik sidai sida nungai ta ba thokdong mayam ama tholaktana magi biodiversity bhawba mi oiba da soktri bani ga na haira iba Prithvi ki aying asagi khal kaithaba khenaba climate emergency ki pot mayam ama lakan sida Manipur da di thong nungai na leimina ba yabadu da sigumba marak ta hek tholakpa safu mayam sina maram moi na chaitheng pirakan da di khoi si wakhan nungai ta ba mayam thokle oren oja gangumai ki psychological dimensions of ethnic community ga si identity ga si tawadi am nungai dong male aina lairik ama khakta thengna gi 2050 da di world ki lai ba mi si 95 almost % si psychological problem loi le rani hai bam khuk thengna gi bam khuk lai lai tu loina di pahodre pe samani in thengna gi ba gi wani ada woire I ba posina hojik si aina haijeri sini ko jam ing tap pamja ba khabar hek paro da prithvi se kyam guidoi no ga khalai hai si masi media da tolai ba report investigative ba journalist kang bo dum lai ri moi seng na palak pa po sida gi thengna ba kanda sigum pot mayam ama tholak pa se masina pungning da wakhal da nuai ta ba mayam ama su tholak ka dori ni adu Manipur bu nung sibi ba sahi lising mayam ama da gi hingminar aba community mayam se masigi marung sida amat to oi ba gi wakhal lon sagat ba tangai phada ba lai ga dong mali madu lai ra kan da Manipur se tangdu lai ta ba ing ba hiram khuri mu ta chawkhat pa hai ba du oi ga dori ba ni Musu na handak silliba thauram masigi paper sing si amna striking of paper yam yauri yam phajaba ado aina su Musu gi jai naw sing da appeal tawjabani hairi ba paper sing se masai gi inaugural function hek horak padagi na loi bawo sida recording laurim ni na paper sing si loina expert sing na ngangi bagi mathakta tha magi thama makhai gi matam pirakanda ꯌꯥꯝ ꯐꯖꯅ ꯑꯃꯨꯛ ꯔꯤꯔꯥꯏꯠ ꯇꯧꯊꯣꯛꯑꯒ ꯄꯦꯄꯔꯁꯤꯡꯁꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯗ ꯃꯨꯁꯨꯒꯤ ꯑꯣꯐꯤꯁꯇ ꯌꯧꯍꯟꯕꯤꯔꯛꯑꯕ ꯀꯤꯅꯣꯠ ꯁ꯭ꯄꯤꯀꯔꯒꯤ ꯑꯣꯅꯔꯦꯕꯜ ꯕꯤꯁꯤꯅ ꯉꯥꯡꯉꯝꯕꯒꯤ ꯑꯗꯒꯤ ꯑꯣꯅꯔꯦꯕꯜ ꯁ꯭ꯄꯤꯁꯦꯜ ꯒꯦꯁꯅ ꯉꯥꯡꯉꯝꯕꯒꯤ ꯁ꯭ꯄꯤꯆ ꯃꯌꯥꯝꯁꯤ ꯂꯣꯏꯅ ꯔꯦꯀꯣꯔꯠ ꯇꯧꯖꯔꯤꯕꯅꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯇꯧꯔꯤꯁꯦ ꯁꯤ ꯃꯌꯥꯝꯁꯤ ꯂꯣꯏꯅ ꯈꯣꯝꯖꯤꯟ ꯇꯥꯁꯜꯂꯀꯥꯟꯗ ꯏꯗꯤꯇꯣꯔꯤꯌꯦꯜ ꯕꯣꯔꯗ ꯑꯃ ꯁꯦꯝꯃꯒ ꯐꯖꯅ ꯃꯗꯨ एडिट तौथोकांद अखोइना वॉल्यूम मचा अमा ओइना पुथोकेना थौरांग तौजबनी अइना मुसुगी सिना इचा इनाउसिंग मदु तौसेना हाइजबनी मदु तौरगदि करिगुंबा यावरिबा आर्टिकल सिंगसे मसिना फंक्शन्स यावबा ngamdraba ताबा ngamdraba मियाम अमदा सम मल्टीपल कॉपीज लिसिंगनी अहुमगा नम्मकांदा कम्युनिटी खुदिंगी मीसिंगदा यावहन्ना पाहनबा ngamagadi याम कानागदोंग माले अदुगी पोतुमा तौजनबगी अइना सजेशन तौजबनी मदुमा ngamnanabaju honajage अमरोमदा सेस्ते am नुंगाइबा मखक यावरी मसी अखोगी डॉक्टर फुनी माउ रिटायर आईएफएस न ngangbigadोइनी towards a united front yam darkar lei sigi whole maksija manipur gi huji huji thoiba social crisis sigi haurakpagi matam mada yuda khananina bagi thorum khara pangthokiba aisu saruk yajagi ba yawe daida yam haina gre speaker amana haigi Sheikh gi Meira Paibi na su Manipur gi apun bai saktam kai bi yaro en hek lawa kakching gang bu na su dum lawa moirang nom na su dum lag rok ba pun na di lemin ra ga su law law di hai bang ko hairam me chatra gi lai ri ba sangstan mayam sina magi Manipur gi apun bai saktam kai bi yaro he su loin lawa pun na di am to lemin ra ga law di na hairam me ba asang kasar masamok yawram mi sai sida माना कन्ना हिरमे मणिपुर की लाइरिबो इथनिक कम्युनिटी कुंथ्रा मरी सिगी रिप्रेजेंट तौबा मिहुसिंग यावरकांदा यूनाइटेड फ्रंट की मवोंदा पुनबा फोरम अमा सेमगदौनी फोरम दु लाइरगदि केदौबि मणिपुर से इंटेक्ट लाइरोदोइना हाइरम मखु यावे आई मदु सपोर्ट तौजै अदो 1940s की होगतलपगी स्वाइसिदा मसी जनता इराबोना हाइरम बम लैयो यूनाइटेड फ्रंट से मागी मतम सेममे मसी हिस्ट्री दा दम यावबा मागी लाइफ हिस्ट्री दा मागी वर्क्सिंग दा दम यावबा पोदमनी सिगुंबा यूनाइटेड फ्रंट नमा कम्युनिटी खुदिंगमकी रिप्रेजेंट तौरगा यावरबा मदुना मणिपुर की फ्यूचर की दमकता थाबक थौसिल मयाम अमा अमतो ओइना पांगथोंमिनरकांदा मणिपुर की लैरिबा सक्तम हि सुंगांग मांगदों मानदे मदुगी पर्सपेक्टिव ता चंगजलकबदसु मसीगी पेपर से अखोइगी काई खुमनजरिबा ओजा फुनी मावगी पेपर्स ने आमना कंट्रीब्यूट तौगदों माली अदुना मसीगी आउटकम से ngasi तौगदोरिबा डिस्कोर्स असिगी आउटकम से यामना फाबा माइकैरोमदा लाखो ओइसनु हाइबगी वाफमसु थमजगे लोइनना सिगुंबा थौरम से मपुंग फाना माइ पाकना पांगथोंनबो होनबदा सेक्शन खुदिंगमक्तगी पिबिरैबा सहयोग सिंगसी खोइना तराम ओक्सरी मदुगी दमक्ता ngमखै लेतना थागतपा फोंथोक्सरी हाइबा वाफम खरसी थमजरगा आइगे वारोल से पतांग सिदा टेंशन जगे थैंक यू सो मच
असुकी मतिक थागतचै ngasiगी ahan ba session gi oina aroi bagi wangangloi oibikiba agi oja Ibohal Singh Dean of Student Welfare Manipur University na akoigi miyam maru oina satra naha singbo mitna kong hena singhan bagi wafam thambi bagi damakta we really feel better and confident after we have listened to the speech that sir has delivered and housing a say before we end the first session and proceed to the technical session let me highlight the panelists, resource person, and the topics which they are going to share and talk about. Nasigi panelists koigi ikai khum najariba Sri K Radhakanta Singh retire Radhakumar sorry retire IAS na nasigi panelist oibigani aduga resource person sing asina Dr. K. Indra Kumar Singh, heads OD, Department of Political Science, GP Women's College. Topic na religion, culture, economic and political status. Weaving a tapestry of inclusive growth. Sigi matangda thambigani. Matangda Dr. Arambam Noni, Associate Professor, DMU, Sergei Topikna, Ethnicity and Communal Harmony, Bridging Traditions for a Vibrant Coexistence. Sigi matangda Ojana Thambigani. Matangda Dr. Puni Mao, Retired IFS, Sergei Topikna, Toward a United Front, Navigation Conflicts with Creative Solutions. Haibigi matangda Ojana Thambigani. Matangda KH Silly Anthony, Faculty, Dr. Ambedkar Center of Excellence, Manipur University, Sergei Topikna, Youth for Peace, Integrity, Holistic Development, Empowering the Next Generation. Sigi matangda thambigani. Matangda Mr. Mufti Azimuddin Sheikh, Islamic scholar and founder, IRI Manipur. Mahaki topic asina, faith as a bridge for communal harmony and inclusive development. Sigi matangda thambigani. Matangda Dr. Gamume Kame, Assistant Professor, Manipur University, Sergei Topikna, Psychosocial Dimensions of Ethnic Identity and Conflict, Cultivating Empathy and Resilience for Communal Harmony. Masising asi ngasigi moderator, resource person, amasung moina akoy share topic about topic singi matangdani. Once again, I, on behalf of the organizer, would like to extend a warm welcome and thankfulness for your timely presence here, despite of your tight and occupied schedule. Thank you, sir. Last but not the least, hauzik akoy ahad session dugi aroiba mikup ado lakchare adana akoy na aroiba gi Manipur State song si tadrikan mangoy na ngasigi lengbira iba simben gi thomi singi thomi singda akoy organizer singda ikai khomna bu utpoina lingyan amamam yan binaba hajari masi gi lingyan asi akoy Musu gi General Secretary Saikom Sanju Meitei na khusin na bigani. Manipur University ki student isai sakpi ke dapat sing do yaragadi mamanglam da lengthok pirak na ba haijari.
Akhoi Manipur state song state anthem akhoi sakpiba matamda lengbirak leba khudingmangna lekhatuna koi punna apunbagi khonjen da sakminasi hadra mayamda nolungna hanja khangachari.
ahanba khongda moirebi nacha nau nau kol heibi koiru mon mino aitingbi nacha nau nau kol heibi koiru mon mino aitingbi sanana ithak hau balam lupana kongo thin balam sanana ithak hau balam lupana kongo thin balam
That was a really amazing, fantastic performance from the students of Manipur University in collaboration with the Sim Band. Thank you once again. Hauzik asi, akoy da ahanba session si loiraga lunch break minute tara mabang leijagani. Adu hek loy baga akoy gi technical session asi muk haujana ba chilang ba leijare adna yaragadi lakpe the invitees, dignitaries, delegates pum magna second session asi buso mapung pahanbi na bagita bagta hajari. Hauzik first session asibu loksanda yana bagita magta warag biroy akoy na ahan ba session si lokshan na bagita magta aigi nungsizarba yamba hauzik musu ki president sa paibiriba and Suraj Singh na thokpirak leharaga nahakit nan batam tawbiu sige matungda akoy gi first session si lokshan zare.
Anba maktada ngasigi musuna sinjaba one day youth convention on unity amidst diversity, reimagining Manipur collective future. Aba topic asida akhoi musuna sinja langja dana ngasigi thoram masibu upung fai gani hana lengbi rakhiba akhoi gi chief guest ki phang landa election beramba mingon hagatar bada oja professor Naorem Lokendra Singh, Honorable Vice Chancellor Manipur University bu kai khum nu chari amadi ngasigi special guest ki phom landa election beramba akhoi gi Honorable MLA Keirao AC gi Sir Sheikh Nur Hassan busu kai khum nu chari amadi ngasi Honorable MLA Keirao AC gi ngasi thawachen mam laibe habadi lengbi kidraba lengbi pangam kidraba khoi mingon hagatar bada Sir Lourembam Rameshwor Meetei busu Hon'ble MLA Keirao khum nu chari amadi ngasigi thormasigi Keynote Speaker gi phom langanishin beriba mingon hagatar bada oja Professor Nabakumar bu Thakaro Photochari, former Dean of Human and Environmental Science. Amadi Sigi Presidium Member 이 팜팜랑다 팜비리바 거기 수기주 Dean of Student Welfare 주 오비리바 맹원 한가처러보다 어자 Professor CS Ibohal Singh 부수 kaikhumna bu chari amadi asigi langbirak liba hogi moderators sing amadi panelists sing amadi scholars sing amadi students sing amadi ton ba hoi community sing gi langbirak liba akoi nushijara ba brother and sister mayam sing bu musugi maikai degi mosinjara kanda kaikhumna ba amadi thagat phongdok chari ngasigi program sibu mapung phan binaba mayam na Sarga biba amasung ngasigi tangai fadaba hogi hajik leiriba tangdu letra da Manipur film asida khoi youth convention ma pangtho kana khoi kamaina unity sibu khoi unify org na ba khoi amato oina pusin na ba pakhalon adugi khanjar kanda khoi nga sigi thorma sibu khoi musuna si pangthok chabani oja singi khoi suggestion sing longjar kanda madi khoi panelists sing na talk sing mayamda khoi knowledge boost up tawina ba amadi khoi na khangba adagidi akhoi knowledge generation mayam sing da transform tawnaba amadi ngasigi oja singna achinba thau kyama thadau pirakanda khoi musuna harau hajar matamda harau ya birak tana ngasigi thorma sibu lengbirakhiba mayam sing busu khoi haningai letana thakachari amadi ngasigi akhoi gi leiriba akhoi furup mayam ma akhoi more than 34 communities and Tabalam, Hogi Manipur Sibu, as Amuka Maras Chanaba, Amadi Amaga Nushina, Balera, Mamam Singh, Amadi Yaknaba Lera, Mamam Singh as well. Loin among Makrakanda, an over generation, an over regeneration, Amatora Kanda, Hoimasen, Unity Oiba, Amagama Nushinanba, Adugumba, Akoyitungi, Lakadariba generation sing Shida. Adu wakalon ama mangfauna ba ama oibo oishunu haiba ofan de thamjage sugi site gishu amadi akhoi amaga kanglup thi dana akhoi gi community thi dana akhoi gi laiba leader sing na su amaga khatna dana siksep thana dabida akhoi laiba young generation sing asida mamang thaki dana kari mahau ki ba soi ki ba yau targa su lakadar generation anau generation sida di regenerate tawra kanda akhoi tangdu lai ta ba margi afaba chakotpa akhoi sum yenga kanda akhoi na sas akhoi gi laiba Manipur haiba state asida pikraba state asida even atopa laiba India gi akhoi gi laiba state sing sum yenga kanda akhoi Manipuri more than 30 years back satkraba kitab ta laiba ne haji laiba fiance development da oiro akhoi lambi thong da oiro akhoi economy da oiro akhoi gi laiba akhoi gi resource da oiro akhoi haji laiba jam ti back of chatlaga laiba lamna amani adugi marakti da haji sai amani amu corona namu akhoi myam amu hai amu economy down chalan boiro mentally tortured boiro ama akhoi wakal di oiro ama oiro ama sothala lai ngai kan sida amuka haji ki irang sinamu laiba more than 2 years and amu kusu hena akhoi gi kari mo amta tawbanga da ba business skill lam da oiro adudagi di akhoi economic growth of da oiro adudagi di work culture da oiro masigo mayam sing delay tawrak pasina maram oira kanda akhoi Manipur ki chungi future je kari oira kani haiba khoi ngasi waqti yamna hajik lai condition asi sum lai targadi khoi Manipur ki chungi future asi yamna mami samdaba adugumba leader yaudaba plan da haraga su pilot yaudaba plan adugumba ma oira kani haina khanjai aduna madu thoktana ba akhoi ki dream and akhoi ki journey amasu ambition akhoi ki chungi future amasu akhoi ngasi miron sing amadil hajik lai ba miron sing chiga taraf tor kanda akhoi ki Mamang da laiba resourceful oiba khoi Manipur ki laiba oja sing adudagi di panelists laiba khoi mayam sing gi wakalon je taraf tokshinara kanda amaga punna haidi tanara kanda khoi join of mayam link of tora kanda afaba wakalon mayam ball of tora kanda adugi tungi future ma Maina afaba Manipur mayona ma olak na bohona bada akhoi ma puna thodang lomina si has a youth amoin akhoi su akhoi student gi leader gi makai degi su akhoi ju angamba akhoi gi youth sing gi makai degi su akhoi ju rectify taw bangam na ba akhoi wakalon puthok pangam na ba akhoi yamna hara na akhoi du mangjil thajage amadi ngasi gi akhoi gi laiba film asina sum chatharak targadi akhoi gi tungi future si krai da leiduna have se amtin important oiba topic amala khani youth sing kamaina laigani akhoi gi laiba da state singi oro adugi pikrab state da development gi adai di laiba map sing loina mak sotharaga lai targadi akhoi gi laiba akhoi gi tungi generation sing asi kamaina tor kan haing survive to bungam gani ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯃꯤꯉꯣꯟꯗ ꯁꯨꯝ ꯗꯤꯄꯦꯟ ꯇꯧꯔꯒ ꯁꯨꯝ ꯂꯩꯁꯦ ꯍꯥꯏꯕ꯭ꯔꯥ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯒꯤ ꯀ꯭ꯋꯦꯁꯟ ꯑꯃꯁꯨ ꯂꯥꯛꯏ ꯑꯗꯨꯅ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯁꯤ ꯃꯌꯥꯝꯁꯤꯡꯁꯦ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯑꯃꯅ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯃꯇꯦꯡ ꯄꯥꯡꯅꯔꯀꯥꯟꯗ ꯗꯦꯕꯂꯞꯃꯦꯟ ꯂꯥꯛꯅꯕ ꯍꯣꯠꯅꯕꯗ ꯄꯨꯟꯅ ꯃꯇꯦꯡ ꯄꯥꯡꯃꯤꯟꯅꯁꯤ ꯂꯩꯔꯤꯕ ꯁ꯭ꯀꯣꯂꯔꯁꯤꯡ ꯂꯩꯔꯤꯕ ꯑꯗꯒꯤ ꯑꯣꯖꯥꯁꯤꯡ ꯂꯩꯔꯤꯕ ꯑꯗꯒꯤ ꯍ꯭ꯌꯨꯃꯦꯟ ꯔꯤꯁꯣꯔꯁ ꯗꯦꯕꯂꯞꯃꯦꯟꯒꯤ ꯃꯇꯥꯡꯗ ꯑꯣꯏꯔꯣ ꯑꯗꯨꯗꯒꯤꯗꯤ ꯏꯀꯥꯅꯃꯤ ꯕꯨꯁ ꯑꯞ ꯇꯧꯅꯕ ꯑꯣꯏꯔꯣ ꯑꯗꯨꯗꯒꯤꯗꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯂꯩꯔꯤꯕ ꯔꯤꯁꯣꯔꯁ ꯃꯌꯥꯝꯁꯤꯡꯁꯦ ꯀꯃꯥꯏꯅ ꯇꯧꯔ ꯌꯨꯇꯤꯂꯥꯏꯖ ꯇꯧꯔꯀꯥꯟꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯃꯌꯥꯝꯁꯤꯡꯁꯦ ꯑꯐꯕ ꯀꯃꯥꯏꯅ ꯐꯪꯍꯟꯒꯅꯤ ꯑꯗꯨꯗꯒꯤ ꯕꯦꯅꯤꯐꯤꯠ ꯀꯃꯥꯏꯅ ꯐꯪꯒꯅꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯂꯩꯔꯤꯕ ꯁ꯭ꯇꯦꯠꯁꯤꯡ ꯑꯁꯤꯗ ꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯋꯥꯈꯜꯂꯣꯟꯁꯤ ꯃꯌꯥꯝ ꯄꯨꯈꯠꯅꯔꯀꯥꯟꯗ ꯑꯗꯨꯅ ꯃꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯃꯇꯥꯡ ꯂꯥꯛꯅꯕ ꯍꯣꯠꯅꯕ ꯃꯇꯝꯗ ꯑꯃꯅ ꯅꯨꯡꯁꯤꯅꯗ ꯇꯥꯔꯒꯗꯤ ꯃꯁꯤ ꯃꯌꯥꯝꯁꯤꯡ ꯑꯁꯤ ꯗꯦꯕꯂꯞꯃꯦꯟꯒꯤ ꯃꯥꯡ ꯊꯪꯖꯅꯕ ꯈꯣꯡ ꯊꯪꯖꯅꯕ ꯍꯣꯠꯅꯕ ꯃꯇꯝꯗ ꯑꯌꯦꯠ ꯑꯀꯟꯕ ꯃꯌꯥꯝ ꯑꯃ ꯂꯥꯛꯄ ꯌꯥꯏ ꯑꯗꯨꯅ ꯃꯔꯝ ꯑꯗꯨꯅ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯂꯩꯔꯤꯕ ꯌꯨꯠꯁꯤꯡ ꯑꯁꯤꯅ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯋꯥꯈꯜ ꯄꯨꯟꯅ ꯇꯥꯃꯤꯟꯅꯕ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯂꯩꯔꯤꯕ ꯖꯦꯅꯦꯔꯦꯁꯟꯁꯤꯡꯒꯤ ꯑꯗꯒꯤꯗꯤ ꯃꯃꯥꯡꯗ ꯂꯩꯔꯤꯕ ꯖꯦꯅꯦꯔꯦꯁꯟꯁꯤꯡꯒ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯄꯨꯟꯅ ꯇꯥꯏꯟ ꯑꯞ ꯇꯧꯃꯤꯟꯅꯔꯀꯥꯟꯗ ꯑꯐꯕ ꯇꯨꯡꯂꯝꯆꯠ ꯑꯃ ꯆꯠꯈꯤꯅꯕ ꯑꯔꯨꯕ ꯏꯆꯦꯜ ꯑꯃ ꯆꯠꯈꯤꯅꯕ ꯑꯅꯩꯕ ꯏꯆꯦꯜ ꯃꯌꯥꯝ ꯂꯩꯔꯝ ꯇꯥꯔꯒꯁꯨ ꯑꯔꯨꯕ ꯏꯆꯦꯜ ꯑꯃ ꯄꯨꯟꯅ ꯇꯨꯡꯒꯤ ꯖꯦꯅꯦꯔꯦꯁꯟꯗ ꯂꯥꯛꯄ ꯉꯝꯕ ꯑꯣꯏꯕ ꯍꯣꯠꯅꯃꯤꯟꯅꯁꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯕ ꯋꯥꯐꯝꯁꯦ ꯊꯝꯖꯒꯦ ꯑꯃꯗꯤ ꯃꯈꯥꯒꯤꯗꯁꯨ ꯇꯦꯛꯅꯤꯀꯦꯜ ꯁꯦꯛꯁꯟ ꯃꯌꯥꯝꯁꯨ ꯂꯩꯕꯅꯤꯅ ꯑꯦꯛꯁꯄꯔꯠꯁꯤꯡꯗꯒꯤꯁꯨ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯃꯣꯏꯅ ꯑꯦꯛꯁꯄꯤꯔꯤꯌꯦꯟꯁ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯗꯒꯤ ꯃꯌꯥꯝ ꯂꯩꯕꯁꯨ ꯍꯦꯜꯂꯤ ꯑꯗꯨꯅ ꯃꯈꯣꯏ ꯃꯌꯥꯝ ꯑꯣꯖꯥꯁꯤꯡꯗꯒꯤ ꯃꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯁ꯭ꯄꯤꯆꯁꯤꯡꯁꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯐꯖꯅ ꯇꯥꯁꯜꯂꯀꯥꯟꯗ ꯑꯣꯖꯥꯅꯁꯨ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯍꯥꯏꯈꯤꯕ ꯔꯦꯀꯣꯔꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯑꯣꯖꯥꯅꯁꯨ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯔꯦꯀꯣꯔꯗ ꯑꯃ ꯊꯝꯃꯀꯥꯟꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯕꯨꯛꯂꯦꯠ ꯑꯃ ꯃꯌꯥꯝꯗ ꯉꯁꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯐꯪꯁꯟ ꯑꯁꯤꯕꯨ ꯌꯥꯎꯕ ꯉꯝꯍꯧꯗꯕ ꯃꯌꯥꯝ ꯑꯃꯁꯨ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯅꯣꯂꯦꯖꯁꯤ ꯀꯃꯥꯏꯅ ꯇꯧꯔ ꯄꯤꯒꯗꯒꯦ ꯃꯌꯥꯝꯁꯤꯡ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯄ꯭ꯔꯤꯟꯠ ꯑꯦꯟ ꯑꯦꯂꯦꯛꯇ꯭ꯔꯣꯅꯤꯛ ꯃꯤꯗꯤꯌꯥꯒꯤ ꯏꯆꯤꯜ ꯏꯅꯥꯎꯁꯤꯡꯅꯁꯨ ꯉꯁꯤ ꯄ꯭ꯔꯤꯟꯠ ꯑꯦꯟ ꯃꯣꯏꯅꯁꯨ ꯃꯌꯥꯝ ꯑꯃ ꯑꯇꯣꯞꯄ ngasi function si yaw bungam draba mayam du live thara kanda akhoi ngasi program sigi nunggi atra adugidi grabs to opportunity mayam du puna lobby lomina si khoi print media gi ichinaw singna su yam kana khona biri thank you so much for giving this opportunity hai wa phon tham jage amadi makha tarakpa technical section sing chu lai banina ai mata se tension jage adu technical section asi ju dum thu na hojana ba thank you.
we are ready for the second session, that is technical session. So may I have the honor to request all the delegates, all the dignitaries, research scholars, students, and everyone to please kindly gather in the hall. Akwai hauzik Hon'ble session loizare, ani shuba technical session jay paikhat na bagdamakta shem saba loizare. Aduna yaragadi tongan ba department nagi lengbirak liba resource person sing satra satri punumak na hall asigi manungda changbire hairaga akwai gi ani shuba session jay hauna bagi ayabado pibina ba haijare. Sige technical session sibu hawi yana bagi damakta mayai tangbol da lengkhat pina ba resource person sing adu kakhot pagi tanja lawjage Hon'ble makta da ikai khumna na kakthok chari ngasige technical session sige moderator gi phambam lang lobi gadaba ikai khumna ba da matik charaba respected sir Sri K Radha Kumar Singh retired IAS po stage matak da lengkhat pirak laga moderator ki phambam lang si kanbin ba haijari. Matam asina khoihau na banam maram moiraga ai panelist sing ming asi mathang kautuk chage ikai khomda jira panelist sing nasu stage matak da lengkhat piraga Sokri asibo occupy to widaba nolokchari. Hon'ble Dr. K Indira Kumar Singh, Heads of Department, Political Science, GP Women College. Dr. Arambam Noni, Associate Professor, DMU. Dr. Puni Mao, Retired IFAs. KH Silly Anthony, Faculty, Dr. Ambedkar Center of Excellence, Manipur University. Mr. Mufti Azamuddin Sheikh, Islamic scholar and founder, IRI Manipur. Dr. Gamume Kamai, Assistant Professor, Manipur University. Once again, Chillaba Kayabo Tungway Biram Laga, Nasigi Sigumba, Musu na Sinjariba Thoram Asibu, Mapung Pan the Bayade, Mapung Pan Bigani Haidona, Linkson Birakliba, moderator, Amasung, Nasigi panelist Sigidamakta. Once again, let's give a big round of applause. Thank you very much. Hauzik Akwegi, Dice the Linkat Bigraba, Dignitaries singing Mapamda. Yamna cham laba amashu nungsiba na yom laba khudol macha amamam tambagi matam da lawjage yaragadi musu na matam lobi aduga masigi khudol sibu tambi na bagi damakta Sanasam Saman Singh Finance Secretary bu kokachari. asuki mating nungai jai ngasigi moderator amadi panelist singna akoina tamjariba chamlaba khudolbu hara hara loksun bibi kidamakta amukhana thagachari hauzik se akoina isai amagasu muk taminasi aduna yaragadi Manipur University student amasung simben gi thomi singduna ready tobinaba haijari
Hello, check.
अखोई हिंगमिनसी अखोई हारिबा इसे से मयाम पुना सामिनदुना अखोई अपुनबगी सक्तम अमखक सागतपदा मयाम कुसु सोबो थुलांग लौबियु
se ai khoi imina se ai khoi
Asuki matik phajakraba hingmin nasi haiba isai tabikre aigi motadi hingmin nakresi haiba posi laktrika da akoina tawgadabam lei hingsi amasung hinghansi ai yaudana hingminaba yaroi ai kak hingaga mi hinghandragadi hingminaba kauti aduna hingsi hingminasi hingsi hinghansi adugi matungda hingminasi haiba posi lakse abza ai thamjari. So, university ki students sing amasung simben ke namakta, ladies and gentlemen, let's give once again a big round of applause. Thank you very much. Ngasigi technical session sida koi proceed tawrasi. Ako na first session gi compia ay isamak tangkhul Nicodemus Mashangvo ay madi ay gi co-compia Teresa Yule Lakishing. Ibani gi compare gi aroi ba tanza da lakchare aduna akoina compare to bom tamda Meetei ron amadi English se akoi gi mother tongue na tabana so gi ngam ki bi yar ga so khwai punamak na ngak pigini have se ai thajai technical session gi damakta ikai khumda ba matik charba ngasi gi moderator Sri K Radhakumar retired IAS sir da ngasi gi makha ta ba gi program sinjari. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Asigi, one day youth convention, not only a convention, it is a youth convention. Youth I see qualifying with the words. We have to emphasize youth convention. Youth convention on unity amidst diversity, reimagining Manipur's collective future. Keywords ka laisi emphasis bibham thoe. University, unity, diversity, collective future. The reimagining, reassess or pagi darkar la amra. Media amdragasu yamna important when we had that formality function in the morning. Why don't we close up? Kharaga nakshala aga tause. Koigi Delhi daga meeting set pada somdagi het no notice ki lakpasi maning de het changri kari no hai. Among the kharaga changhelo. Ujik si tha daga su khundara bu kaino ni. Koi si tha da khundaba se tha gi north east daga changhela lai gadong na te tha gi center da changhela gadong. Mi si yam daga su haina basu lai. Less is more. Less is more. Amna art and culture ki phir se yang na bani. Less is more. Khajik hai basni hena khanghan ba. I love you in Kwetanta na hai da usar padi momo no hai pitang yang khanghan gi bado. That is more important. That is more effective. Less is more hai. Madugi kaino duni hojik lai shi. Adana faitagi best convention si karamba convention oigada gi na khanja bada ina thengna jabada karamba convention sina faidi effective oiba convention oigada gi the moderator si list moderator si yaudra moderator si sigren lauraba adu orga di faidi effective oiraba convention oidori faidi maru ore si Shangmali Kakatlu, Adumadi Yani, Tenmali Shamjalu, Tenmali Sangu Halo Hiara Roidon, Meeterni Lady. Taruk Sidama, the Aiding Angadong, and a Pungani Ang Tokradi, Gramaito with the Gesi, Penis Masamugi and Tagato. The moderator is Drakal later. Moderator intervention Drakal later, where the moderator is that. Maduna quite effective over convention. This applies in respect of seminar also. Panelisting, speakers in Kangado, the pulse of the audience. I know Nang is turning Rameshwor. Mama is Kramai whether I could convey me the Hatter Yawone. Ishay Tari, Ishay, Maramda Kang, Sarigama Kangba, Z Court Kangba Kanata Yaudi. The Ishay Manga Saki was the current Nungai, I see it, Ama had to hide a hair. Then Nang Bashida, I know Nang is turning Bramoshibo. I regard the 10 Gigadoba. Shangdo Kadoba Kanogishi, Penelising in the Masama Sana Kanga, where the moderator is that. Adu Magi, convention number ONC, I appeal to Jerry. Other Pantian Tien Bagashi, am Sativa topic Amada, no Machanga Doma, Leanshum talking about the Hambagi, the GP Women's College, Mother Tarito, art, culture, political and economic status. Bijabi inclusive growth ka the culture everything she madu in relation to inclusive growth ka hi tor matam da di yamna sathi ba posam oi nong man nei na ba pen ga do malak ta ba kaino madu bo khoi si mi taruk ni panelist schedule time da gi khoi punga me hena chon than na la abna khoi organizer sing now sing da tanaraga 15 minutes each. Minute Ramagi, Matam Sida, cannot of you. Aduga hen effective or not say, quite didn't suggest of it. She put me on Punjala Aga. Yamna, some corrections, modifications were required to Toraga. Like it home the Putoga, Mayam the Panganbanga Magadi. That will be an ideal of a situation or any and I cannot tell you. Aduna, I see moderators, she ran a lobby raw, panelist, it is left to you now. And the first panelist, I Koktocharam Ge, Siri Dr. K. Nabakumar Singh, actually the Department of Political Science in GP Women's College on the topic religion, culture, economic and political status, weaving a tapestry of inclusive growth. Hida cannot talk biro. Thank you.
Thank you, respected moderator, and my dear esteemed panelists, and all the other respected dignitaries, senior faculty members, retired faculty members, and research scholars of this esteemed university. Ngasi one-day youth convention asida Ibohal khara thambinaba kaubirapa. It's my privilege to be part of this one-day youth convention. Hauzik moderator na haibigi biduni bibiraiba topic si religion, culture, economics, and political status. These issues and topics have been, discussing for about more than 20 and 30 years in the context of Manipur, and is still continuing. So it's a vast area and a vast issues that a layman like me cannot handle all these areas. But I will just try to reflect on certain things which I have in my mind and which I consider the youths of the present generations need to really focus on, because if we really want to meet when we sing Hingmin na si Aikoi, taseng na Aikoi Hingmin na si na hairagadi, Aikoi na Hingmin na basi pamagadi, Puksen seng ni Hingmin na basi pamagadi, Hingmin na basi da lap na bagi wari di yaw de ko, Hingmin na bagi ni ko. Aduda huzik Aikoi gi anchor na su haibi ki ba, Hingmin na basi da hingba hana sang ya habado, aduna hingbaga loinya na Hingmin na basi taseng na pambatar gadi, Aikoi na masida kari taubatai, youth sing na kari laubatai. Aikoi na what we can learn from our past experience and past historical events of Manipur. And coming to today's topic, unity amidst diversity, reimagining Manipur's collective future. So, what I feel is that in the first line we have unity of opposites. That is, there is unity at the same time there is diversity. This is the reality, and this is the unity of opposites that we find in the context of Manipur. Of course, we have lot of diversities in terms of cultures, in terms of aspirations, in terms of language, and in terms of religions. But amidst this diversity, we also have a bonding, unifying unity of being Manipuris. And we are bound by the history. We are bound by the cultures, which we are differentiated from the others, the mainland Indian society. And this experience, I hope you all might have experienced when you go out of the northeastern regions of India. And the second part, which is most interesting, is the reimagining Manipur's collective futures. So the use of the word reimagining means there are challenges and issues in the unity and diversity in Manipur that we need to redefine the very idea of Manipur, and we need to reshape the collective futures of Manipur on the basis of our shared experiences and on the basis of our shared legacy. And that is what I feel. And looking this, the importance of shaping the futures, that is the collective futures of Manipur society, keeping this in mind, I'll just randomly reflect on certain issues that is impacting the Manipur and that history has bestowed to the present generations for resolving the issues. In my humble opinions, the first challenge to the idea of the collective Manipurs that took place in 1819 and 1826 that we call as the Avengers devastations. So economy were devastated, populations were devastated, and Manipur went backwards. Masigi impact si ngasi bokta koi lairi in terms of depopulation da ko, in terms of economic impacts da ngasi bokta madugi legacy aikoi da lairi. The first major challenge to the existence of Manipur as a sovereign political entity came with the Avengers devastation, 1819 and 1826. I'm not going details into the causes of the Avengers devastations. My point is, the challenges in modern times that we first face as a major challenge to the existence of Manipur, that is Avengers devastation. And the second one is the 1891 Anglo-Manipur War and the subsequent control of administrations by the British and the subsequent arbitrary divisions of the administrations of hills and valleys, which is completely artificial, which is arbitrary. As Masai Kozai Bolna Haibatu Swaibigre. In fact, Manipur is a hill state. technically, Yangbadasu, Manipur is a hill state. Now, out of the 100% Manungda, only 8% you have the Manipur Valley. Besides that, we have certain smaller valleys like Chochampu towns and Kapum Tampaks and the Sajik Tampak in the Sanjil district, but they all are counted as the part of the hill areas because of the elevated conditions of the technicality of what being called as the hill areas, as Sir Ibohal also mentions that Imphal Valley is approximately 800 meters from the above sea levels. That is the another major blow to the in the process of shaping the stronger and the united Manipur, in my sense. And the third, the very unfortunate incident comes with the mergers of Manipur on 21st September, which was implemented on 15 October 1949. And there is still debate going on the issues surrounding the mergers or the annexations as the debate going on. I'm not going details into that areas. What I feel is that in the process of, the shaping a collective futures of Manipur, the very historical events pose a crucial challenges in terms of limitations to the, the indigenous populations of the Manipur in the process of shaping their own political and economic destiny of the land, which is very much rooted to the issues, the problems, and to the cultures and the historical legacy of this small state. And as we all know that during the British time, the powers of the king were very much curtailed. That's where the religions comes into play in the statecraft, particularly during the reign of Churachan Maharaj. So he started, imposing a lot of taxes on the ritual and the spirituality of the people living in the state. Taramani, Chandan Sekhai, Mang Basengbagi, everything, so on and so forth. This is the one way to exercise his, the authority from the political space to the cultural and the spiritual spheres. And I think the first, in my opinions, the first modern attempt to segregate religions and politics. When I say religion and politics, in the statecraft, religion ki kainosi infused tarmba to kramakai lokthorang na buhona gibagi ahanba episode say I kainogi chinga sessions of the 1938 ki kainosi example lo in a pizage. And this is the first sessions where the word Hindus were removed from the and converted into Nikhil Manipur Mahasabha, which the historian considered this as the first political party of Manipur. And in my humble opinion, this is the first time after the reign of Maharaja Suraj Singh that in the modern Manipur context, religions was segregated from the politics. And at the same time, by claiming that there has to be unity of administrations of both hills and the valley, and certain important demands like the release of Rani Gaidinglu, these were met, and I think this paved the way for the reshaping of the first, modern Manipur society. But unfortunately, in 1949, the merger agreement was signed, effected, and we became part of India. And very, very unfortunate thing is that this is direct related to the economic impact in our society as well as the administrative impacts of the society. As we all see that before coming into the British rule in Manipur, Manipur was an independent sovereign country, and even during the British rule also we have certain administrators, very able administrators who ruled the states along with the British officers.
But what happened in the 1950s, after the mergers of Manipur into the Indian Union, and to the dislike of the people of Manipur, we were converted into the Part C state, and a commissioner was at the helm of affairs. So this period was considered as the fiefdom of the Amidst Singh when he was appointed as the commissioners of the state. Madugi matamdani certain de-indigenization process of the administration as well as the economic functioning in the states took place. Aduna lots of the Marwaris and lots of the people from the mainland India started thronging into the Noorul Bazaar. But before that, they need permissions to do business in the markets. But that kind of permit system was revoked, and there seems to be an open door policy. So from that onwards, the psychology of dependency gradually creep into our minds, and today we are fully dependent on the assistance of the central government and as well as the assistance of the products of the mainland India, and which before the 1947 or before the British came to rule in the state, the situation was not the same. We took part in the various economic activities, and we also export a lot of things. And this you can find in the historical data and the records. But the most dangerous things, the psychology of dependency crop up after the 1950s. And today, the economic relationship between Manipur and the rest of India is that of dependency, where we find this theory in the 1960s in the context of Latin America, where Argentine economists like Paul Travis, they beautifully argue how the third world country is being poor in spite of the various aid from the developed country. And you might have heard about the core periphery kind of relationship. And that is the things. The kind of economic structures we are having in our state is not conducive for the self-reliant economy. And that's where the economic nationalism is very important. And that's where the nationalism over our resources and our products is very important. And the most important thing is that youths, present-day youths, need to have a self-confidence upon themselves, and you should be proud of being Manipuri, and you should be self-confident that you can do something. And what is an entrepreneur? An entrepreneur is not someone who, imports the products from the other part of India and the foreign country and sell here. And that is not the kind of entrepreneurs that we need. We need the entrepreneurs who understand the state. We need the entrepreneur, who can create product, who can manufacture things out of the resources available here, and who can export, who can, make the state a self-reliant economy. And I have heard a very wonderful story about a country which before very recently unknown to the whole world, and you might have also heard about that country called Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso gido khangedana ko. Aduna 2022 gi mamang da sigi lebak se kanamtana maming taramde, the rotten, the poverty-stricken, hunger, and left out by the Western world. Aduga any moigi massage we cannot do anything except exporting the raw material from these regions. But now suddenly a silent revolution is going on in the Burkina Faso under the leadership of Ibrahim Traoré, and you might have heard about that. And the first priority he gave was on the food sovereignty. Now he's doing a lot of things on this spheres, and now he's building the roads, the dams for agriculture, and he's manufacturing the processing plants for the cashew nut, which the Faso is the largest producer in Africa and the 10th largest producer in the world. So see the kind of the economic revolutions and the kind of the visions, the kind of the direction which we need in the context of present-day Manipur. And still, we are dependent because from the 1950s, the culture of dependency was created among the minds of the people of Manipur, and for that reason, we still consider we cannot live without the assistance of the central government. And this economic dependency is also created by the narrative like the northeastern region of India is a landlocked and the terrain is, is not good for economic development, so on and so forth. But today, northeastern India has become a center stage. And because of the revolution in the technology, the concept of landlocked and the concept of, the hilly region, the difficult terrain, this has all changed. And Burkina Faso is also a landlocked in the West African countries. And you search in the YouTube and the Googles and also read about the Ibrahim Traoré and what are the works being conducted here in the Burkina Faso to make the country economically self-reliant, how he cuts the dependency, how he trained the mind of the youth, to be confident to themselves. Anyway, Sigi amuk aikoina that kind of economic dependency se kadaida mu manifestation lake da, it reflects on the political space also. Have you ever think that why regional party failed in the state of Manipur? In spite of the strong presence of the regional feelings, and in spite of the so much regional issues which can be solved through the regional party. Now the regional party is completely failed in our state. Why? Because the kind of economic dependency, we have seen in the context of the economy affairs is also reflecting in the political space. So you might have heard of people talking, saying, regional party cannot run, cannot work because the contesting election takes lots of money and we cannot do that, this and that without the support of the central party. So this is a typical and clear reflections of the dependency mindset. So that started from the things started from the economic sphere is currently manifested in the political spheres. So this, the cycle need to be break down, need to break by the youths of Manipur. Aduna, today, ngasidi, it's the age of youths. Anouba juki, anouba asapuduna, laglo naharol, semlesi anouba sangsar haise. It's a very meaningful and very beautiful song, the all-time relevance. Adugi kainoni, ay the youth singda, yamkana trust biningi. Now, society calls for new phase in the various spheres, be it in the political spheres, be it in the economic spheres, and with a new visions, with a new determinations, with a new political will to shape a future which is not divided by the narrow ethnic walls, religious bigotry, where we all can feel safe, where we all can be, feel proud of the being Manipuri. Adugi kainoduda, from today onwards, youths of the university, youths of Manipur need to concentrate on these things. Adagi aikoina, let me just briefly touch on the political status of the Manipur. As we all know that in the first half of the 20th century, after the 1938 Singha session, and we have the Second World War in 1939. Before the onset of the Second World War, there was demand for democratization of polity, that is the popular government in Manipur. But because of the onset of the Second World War, this was postponed, and the demand was resumed after the Second World War. And akoina khange the role of Irabot natana maga chaminaramba ahal sing matamdugi visionary oiraba akoigi forefathers brought from the different parts of Manipur ko. Maybe you can say from the valley and from the hills ko. Adu mayam tuna pulla kanda Manipur semambani, and they have given us a very secular political framework. And all of us know matamdugi representations lairamiba kaino singi there were 18 seats for the hills and 3 for the Musulmans, and adugi 38 for the general, and even there was room for the representation from the professional group also, from the education also. So this is the kind of polity that they had laid down in the late 40s. Aduna ikoina sigi kainoda 48 ki kainoda ikoina June July side election tawre ko. Aduga 1947 da Manipur Constitution Act habasi seme aduga election tawra matungda, and the first inaugural sessions of the Manipur National Assembly or the Manipur Legislative Assembly was held on 18 October 1948 ko. Adu Hon'ble inaugural session se 18 October 1948 ta pangthokibani with the inaugural speech from the constitutional head of the state, Maharaja Bodachandra Wanganga kaino tawgini. So that means by the time when Manipur entered into a merger agreements with the government of India, our political status was very distinctive. We have a constitution, we have an elected representative, and very unfortunately, without consulting the opinions of the members of the assembly who represents the people of the Manipur of that point of time, agreement was signed. And we also know if you read the book written by Mayangam Anandamohan, he himself was the part of the entourage of the Maharaja Bodachandra in the Red Land Shillong ko. Shillong lisingamaga chamapan nikfumapanana Bengali mayakti ibani, now English translation also available. Aduda adu mayak seng na yawbani how the force, deception, duration was used. Aduna, the first things what I am trying to say is that the historically aikoini yengba matamda Manipuri political status se in the entire subcontinent of India da yamna lemzaningai oiba yamna awangba thaki adugumba level amadani aikoina lairami se adubu laibak thibadi masigi recognition pbwda aikoina 1950 da akoisi chief commissioner gi fifdam da handarakhiba adugo part C state oina national security gi angle da frontier gi concept ta aikoida yengbi gi basina maram oirakanda aikoina pamdaba adugumba incident mayam as an outcome to this discrimination and the mayam na matamdugi the kind of state motherly treatment aduna maram ora tholakhibaduna ngasidi aikoi issues mayam na thallaba adugumba kaino amada Manipur amada aikoi lairi, but masida aikoina ninghanaba hauna de friends fan na harambam lai. Every generation must choose its own mission. Either you betray it or you fulfill it. So what is our mission? What is the mission of the present generations? So we must seriously think about what missions we must have. Adugi mission dudi kaino habada. That's the sheer collective futures of Manipur. If we really believe in the possibility of the sheer collective Manipur, then youths of the present generation need to put their energy, need to put their knowledge, need to stress their imagination, and we must try to build a very stronger, united and prosperous Manipur on the basis of the justice, equality and fraternity. masigi wafam kharasi thamjaraga ngasigi youth convention asida aibu aigi thought kitang share tobiona aibu opportunity ma pibiba masigi damakta. I really thank to the organizers, and that is Manipur University Students Unions. Wafam kharasi thamjaraga aikoi yamna critical over time amada aikoi hingini, and we are in a great experimentation phase in our polity, in our economy, and I hope that our talent, our energy will make us to overcome this critical situation that we are facing right now. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Dr. Nabakumar. Mathanga Ramam Noni. Time came to
Hello. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moderator, Sir K. Radhakumar Singh, retired IS. My regards to senior faculty members, colleagues, and students. I'll be using the allotted time only. Please remind me if I exceed. Let me focus on the theme. The theme talks about unity and harmony. Unity is the term which is used in the Indian Constitution as well. If you look at the preamble of the Constitution, the very idea of unity is to reflect tolerance and equality. So if we talk about unity in the state of Manipur, we also need to think about the concept of the readiness for tolerance. What we lack is this aspect of, looking into the importance of tolerance, while we all vouch for ethnic identity politics. That's one aspect to understand unity. Unity in that sense cannot be exclusive. Unity in that sense cannot be so exclusive and ethnicized. Therefore, if you remember an important article written by Ernest Renan in 1882, where he defines what is a nation. He says, nation is not to be always based on race, language, or religion, because these are insufficient elements or sources of becoming a nation. Therefore, the idea of unity that we talk here is going to be much more democratic and secular. That's very important for the youths to think about. He also talks about two important elements of nationalism or nationhood, because in the northeastern India or in Manipur, you have got a lot of ethnic mobilizations, claiming to be having nationalist projects. The same projects were also there in India when the British rule was there. So therefore, he talks about one very important element of nationalism, that is spiritual principles. By spiritual principles, Ernest Renan meant shared past, a present, desire to live together, and also having suffered in the historical times. We need to think and retrospect whether we have had such moments in our history. And I am confident to say that we have had such moments in history where we lived together, we shared a lot of things, we shared our economy, we shared our sufferings, and many more. The very idea of unity, therefore, for the youths to understand is to avoid oneself from being trapped in the racial purity or linguistic purity or ethnic purity conceptualization of politics. That's very important for the youths to rethink. When I was an undergraduate student in the middle of 90s, I felt that identity was very important. I felt that identity was very pure. But as time progressed, as I began to understand and research more on the nature of identity politics, I realized that identity is not always such a great enterprise. It can divide people, it can make you fight, it can make you undemocratic, it can make you narrow. Therefore, we have to also understand the ill effects of identity and its politics. It's like consuming antibiotics for our physical requirements, but these antibiotics in the form of identity politics will have its own problems. The other aspect which he talks about is daily plebiscite, where he says that our nationalism, our nation will have to have the readiness to create institutions that can accommodate aspirations of people, and that will make people live together and reduce conflicts. Now, we live in a society where conflicts are so much, and these conflicts are basically emerging out of the failure also to create institutions in a democratic way, one. The second one is that our identity politics has been considered more as a pure project, which is not always so. For instance, without naming any community, we also have seen enough of generic identities like X like an umbrella, within which you need to bring in a lot of identity, which are micro-identities. And if the micro-identities object to the very idea of that rubric, that generic identity, then there is a violence within the umbrella. That is a very, very risky aspect of identity politics. Therefore, we being part of a very multi-ethnic society, we need to understand the loopholes of creating an umbrella and having a project of an umbrella within which we want to bring in all the people. Sometimes you may not be able to accommodate every identity within that rubric or generic umbrella. That's why youths need to think about the romanticization projects of identity, because it has its own problems. Now, as I said, when I was an graduate student, I used to eulogize and romanticize the sanctity of identity as given, as pure, and whatnot. But as I said, time progressed, I began to realize that this is not such a healthy project to be always harped upon. The other aspect is that, identity politics or ethnic politics is also a very well-researched project. I think if you raise this question, why the Northeast India, or why in India there is so much of ethnic conflicts? Ethnic conflict is not only inherent in India's Northeast, but it is almost everywhere in the subcontinent. If you talk about the division of the country in the 1940s, the Muslims and the Hindus, for instance. But what is the outcome finally? Has the nations progressed in a democratic way? Has it really worked? Has it really prospered? Has it really ensured the civic nationalism? Or has it really downgraded itself to ethnic democracy? If you look at different scholars who have worked on ethnicity, they keep on saying that India is gradually sliding towards ethnic democracy. In some sense, the identities in the Northeast is also basically sliding downward towards ethnic democracy. Therefore, you have so much of homeland politics. And these production of homeland politics is something to be questioned, because whether we need to also ask ourselves whether these homeland politics can really ensure the democratic growth of the civil society and the institutions of democracy. These are the questions I want to put forth to the audience here. I will not really answer, but I have got my ideas on that. But for today, I shall only introduce these questions to the youths to think over in future. When you do research, you need to dissect these concepts and keep yourself aloof from the subjectivity which is ingrained in these ethnic identity politics. For instance, if you're a researcher, you tend to research more as a Meetei, more as a Naga, more as a Kuki, which is going to finally lead into production of knowledge system which is slightly going to be not so neutral and very, very parochial in its final outcome. So therefore, one has to be careful about the democratization of identity, the democratization of knowledge system, and so on and so forth. Towards the end, what I want to say is that identity politics is interesting. It is very much a reality. For instance, transgender identity, the lesbian identity, for instance, the lower caste identity politics, the class politics. These are all identity politics, which has very legitimate epistemological background, knowledge background. But at the same time, identity in terms of group always is not going to result into production of authentic epistemology. That is what, as a university student, we need to be careful about. And I think our identity, understanding of our identity, understanding of ethnicity, therefore, shall be carefully done, because if you go by the writings of Ashutosh Varshney, he keeps on saying that in identity and ethnic politics or ethnic conflicts, there is not going to be any win-win situation. It is even not going to be a zero-sum game. Identity politics to matamda mana mai pakani aina mai thi hogani haibasi phawda leitaba yai. It is going to be lost on both the sides. Therefore, young students can think about these claims of identity politics and its pitfalls. I also want to say something about the hill and the valley. We always assume that hill and the valleys were never interacting. We always claim that hill and the valleys were never related. These are the historical writings produced in the state of Manipur or in the Northeast or in our society today, because these historiographies basically informed by the identity projects that we have created. Now let's talk about our cultural and civilizational growth. State making, for instance, in the valley was very advanced, but state making in the hills were not so advanced because the economy was not creating surplus. If you don't have surplus economy, you will not have institutions to create. But this was not so in the case of the valley of Manipur or in the valley of Assam, for instance. So the valley was creating a lot of surplus, and therefore state making was gradually evolving. But in the hills, there were a lot of wars happening. The agriculture was not really settled. In that sense, the institutions were not so emerging very well. In that sense, one can only argue that the valleys were basically fertile, not only in terms of production, but also in terms of creating institutions. Therefore, you can say that the valleys advanced in some sense, because institutions were historically created before the hills. But this does not mean that the hills were not excluded all the time. There was a gradual expansion of these state-making processes in the valley, because the surplus that was created in the valley was also gradually reaching out to the hills, and hill people were also trying to create such surpluses in their own economy. That is how institutions really grew up in the hills and the valley of a particular area. Now, if that is the case, let me refer quickly to the Article 1 of the Indian Constitution, which says that India, that is Bharat, is a union of states. Because in the Constituent Assembly of India, every state came and participated, and they did not sign any significant covenant or social contract to become part of India. They simply became part of India without signing any treaty and covenant. Therefore, you will not have right to secede, you will not have right to self-determination, you will not have even right to object to the desire of the Union Parliament to alter and create boundaries or new states in the state of India. Now, if that is the case, if you talk about Manipur state, if you talk about other princely states, they had a very unique position. If you like or dislike, that's a different matter. But historicity is that the idea and the process in which the Union of India was created basically gave a very, very important position to the state of Manipur, because Manipur did not really come so well under the ambit of what we call Union of States, because Manipur at different stages of its history had to sign or met to sign different treaty relations with the dominion of India. Therefore, the idea that the states did not sign any covenant with the Union is not so really relevant in terms of the legal background that the Union of States in India have historically and constitutionally. I have so many things to say, but let me wind up hereby saying that let us democratize our identity conception, let us democratize our movements as a youth, let us not be entangled in the generation of politics which is believing in purity of identities, thereby making you always in confrontation, or they will making you always in keeping you always in conflict with other identities. Let us also democratize our idea of unity. Let us also democratize our idea of integrity. And one very significant problem that the Indian state did was in the northeastern states particularly, was because I have a feeling that the creation of states in the northeast of India, particularly the reorganized states in the northeast in the 60s and the 70s, was basically following ethno-territorial creation of states. That was something which was rejected in the 1956 States Reorganization Act. So therefore, I think the ethno-territorial councils, the ethno-territorial states that is being vouched about in India or in the Northeast has a colonial remnant of dividing people into different subjectivity. Thank you.
Thank you, Noni. We have now Dr. Punimau on the topic towards a united front, navigating conflicts with creative solutions. Dr. Punimau.
Yeah, thank you, Moderator Sri Radhakumar Singh. I should say our enlightened teachers, research scholars, students, people who are assembled here are all enlightened, highly educated, and who can understand what is happening around us. My topic is given towards a united front, navigating conflicts with creative solutions. In this regard, I want to draw the attention of the students, especially who are about to pass out from their courses and who are about to join the mainstream, who are going to mix in the society. For the purpose, the meet is one-day youth convention. I've been given this topic, and what I understand from here is that we must move forward towards a better future. That is a simple layman's understanding of this topic. You know, we live in a society, we live in a state where 34 or 35 odd communities stays together, and we are one of them. It is divided into three main groups. You know about it: Meetei, Nagas, Kukis. We have been living here, existing here together for a long time. But today, unfortunately, we are not united. The topic says towards a united front. We are not united today, you know it. We have wasted too much time with conflicts with one another. Naga, Kuki, Kuki, Meetei, Meetei, Naga. We have not come to any kind of understanding. Only time seems to get healed, but it's not healing actually from inside. We have to deal with it. We are struggling, and that has affected everybody, including us, especially the ones who are going to pass out their courses and trying to find a job. You know, because of this crisis, misunderstanding, job creation has been affected, employment opportunity has been affected, prospect of establishment of own business has been affected. Even our mindset has become more or less negative. And if this is allowed to continue, we are going to lose all the more. We need this conflict resolved sooner than later. Seeing the youth, educated people here, maybe around 40 of us are here. Because of the circumstances that is happening to us today, my heart really goes out to you, because you are now confident, you are about to take up responsibilities, to find a secure job, to start your own self-employment or to start a livelihood. You want to have a family where children grow up, grow and develop, but not resolving the crisis that we are facing today is really affecting all of us. And the more we delay, the more difficult it is going to be. All parties, including our students, our youths, should understand this. You know, the resolution of the conflict is required, very much required. Coexistence with different communities is required. We cannot isolate ourselves. So far, we have seen that no community, no single community can exist alone. We are interdependent people. We need to live together. For Manipur especially, it is because of the geography. We need communications, we need employment, we need trade, we need exchange of human resources as well as natural resources so that we may live as a people. And there is a requirement to make our state a new Manipur where people feel accepted, which leads to oneness feelings. I don't know whether you have that oneness feeling with you when you see the other community, but we need to have that. We need to build that oneness feeling. Then only that we can feel homely, and we need to create such a situation. You know, in a conflict, no one wants to lose. Everybody wants to win. So since we want to win, we should always explore win-win approach. I win, you also win. The valley people wins, the hill people also should win. But how we can do this, and how it can be negotiated, where is the meeting point, who will bring the conflicting parties together? This is the question before us. We are seeing, as an educated young people today, you cannot just close your eyes and go back home, have food, sleep, get up next morning and go on. You have to have this thought in your hearts, because you are going to live in the society, you are going to lead the society. You know, we understand that there is a requirement for involvement of a neutral party, a third party, who can negotiate, who can help us, especially when we are in conflicting situations. We find it very difficult to find a third party, and the third party involvement never comes up. And today, we are having a conflict in our state. Who is the third party, and who can appoint that third party? We are not able to see that. That is why our conflict that we are facing today has been delayed. You know, we have so many CSOs here, civil society organizations, but who is representing the mindset of the society? We are divided. Everywhere you go, every society, every community is divided. But unless our youths think on this, wake up on this, I think our future will have to really suffer. That is why I wanted our youth should give a thought today, taking the advantage of this convention. Students' body can always take up a role. That is what I want to propose today. Students' body can always take up a role. What role? In pursuing for involvement of a third party. As of now, that is the requirement for us today. The third party, as I said, it is not coming, but student body should pursue us, the concerned people. We can persuade our leaders, our politicians, our elders, and that has to be serious for the sake of our better future. You know, in our society, we need an apex body. The apex body has to take decisions. But so far, we see that apex bodies are very, very weak. In every community, apex bodies are very weak. Ever in the Imphal Valley, the apex body, who is the apex body? What is the apex body? There are so many CSOs, there are about 40 CSOs. I'm telling this flatly, bluntly before you. The students can involve, the youth can involve. Where is the apex body? Who can represent the mindset of the people? Who can represent the pulse of the people and tell the government and tell the central government? But we are all divided. That is why I really want that our students' body should pursue, not just simply involved in partisan politics, not in party systems, but as a person, as a social-minded person. There has to be an apex body, not politically motivated, but it should be socially motivated. And with that kind of a body, we can start. And if we can have an apex body, we can say that we are in the process of healing our land, bringing peace, and trying to, and in the process of setting our people, our state, our confusion right. You know, consolidation of a party is very, very important so that we can bargain our views with the concerned people. Right now, we are trying to bargain with the central government, and we need to give a collective views, not by different kinds of organizations, but a collective view by an apex body. Apex body is like a powerhouse, very powerful. It's going to be very, very powerful. You know, in the hills, we are divided into hills and valley, but we are one. That is why I want to say is that in the hills, at least even if they are weak, they have an apex body. For Nagas, I belong to a Naga. We have a united Naga council. Even Kukis, you may like to hear or not, I don't know. They also have a body actually, whether weak or strong. They have a body which can represent the mindset of the people. But here in this valley also, if we have a united council, we can always bring peace. Right now, we are not able to negotiate. With whom we can negotiate? This is the problem, one of the problems that we are facing today. Solving the problem is very, very important. And second, for the sake of better future, every party must decide or agree in principle to understand the stand of the other party. We must be ready to understand the stand of the other party. When we refuse to understand the stand of the other party, the other opponent, there is no meeting place. Our apex body has to decide that they are ready to understand and respect the stand of the other party. And the same party, the community, the party should also understand, based on the present reality, practicability, and always decision has to be based on human aspect, love for one another. To my understanding, this is missing in our society. Wherever we go, the apex body is not able to give us a good solution. And this we have to emphasize, that our apex bodies can meet and discuss. And in that way, we can always bring peace. Once the communities decides to settle the disputes, and once the disputes are settled, and we coexist, respecting one another, and mutually adjusting with one another, there are ample opportunities. Today we are having employment problems. We have to go outside the state in search of jobs, because our state is such that employment is not available here. We can create a lot of jobs. You know, our people are one of the best talented few in the Northeast, especially our Valley people. They are one of the most talented. But where has your talent gone? How we have applied it, whether we have applied our talents or not. We are sorry to say that we are not able to apply our talent, which God has given to you, to us. This is a great loss for all of us. We need to do that. For example, if peace returns, if we can negotiate peace, respect one another, and try to live, coexist with one another in harmony. For example, you look at the foothills. The hills and the valley, the meeting point is the foothills. You can develop a lot of things. For example, I'm just telling you examples. You see the beautiful landscapes. fertile land. You can develop the landscape, it becomes a tourism spot. You can use the land, it becomes a horticulture resource production unit. You use it, even habitations, new settlements can come up there. Why we struggle about the Wetlands and Paddy Fields and Wetlands Act? Why we try to struggle here only? Having a peace relationship, good relationship with the hills and the valleys, we can always do miracles. The foothills can be developed. Foothills becomes the production centers, growth centers, infrastructures, schools, tourism, industries. The raw materials coming from the hills can be established. Industries can be established near the foothills. All the resources from the hills will come here. All our expertise available in the valley will get employment around there. Peace is what we need. And with these conflicting situations, we are not able to do anything. We are just concentrating here. And we are not able to grow. The hill people are concentrated in the district headquarters and villages, not able to grow. Even our own people, we need each other. The valley people also need to go to the hills. The hill people need to come to the valley. We need interdependence. That is why I said that there is good future ahead with peace, with adjusting one another, accepting one another, and with having oneness feeling in our hearts. And if we have hatred, violence, and revengeful mindset in our hearts, our future is not going to be good. Love and forgiveness is going to heal our pain, our sorrows. It's going to heal with love and forgiveness. We have to forgive our opponents, and we have to have that attitude with us. And it has to start from you. And for that, in our hearts, we have to cultivate love. We have to nurture that love also in our hearts. In our speaking, love and respect has to come out. In that way, we can feel oneness. You know, a Paka house is constructed. Mine is going to be over, just 2 minutes only. You know, a Paka house is constructed. What is the requirement of a Paka house? Reinforcements, cement, stones. You know, our Imphal people, the valley people, they are like steel for constructing of a house. They have got all the expertise. They are educated, highly educated, uncomparable with the hill people. They are like steels. But steel alone, can it be used for constructing a house? We need so many other things. We need stone, we need sand. Then the house will come up. Not only sand and stone, we need water and cement. That is the binding material. So I said love and respect is the water and cement. It will make the house compact, strong. The materials are there, but without love and respect, without cement and water, house is not going to stand. We are not going to make a strong house. So taking advantage of this convention, let us cultivate love and respect for one another, hills and valleys. Then we can make a strong house. And we want to live in that, under that strong house called Manipur. Why not? We can prosper, we can develop. We are talented people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mao. Next we have Dr. Kshetrigao Anthony.
Respected moderator, I'll take exactly not more than 15 minutes. I never take beyond time. I am very obedient to time. Peace to the people of goodwill. Peace to the people of goodwill. The topic I was given is Youth for Peace, Integrity, and Holistic Development. Empowering the next generation. A very long topic, but within 15 minutes, whether I will be able to complete or not, I'll touch here and there. What is peace? Everybody is crying for peace. Let the peace return to state of Manipur. Crying for more than 2 years since violence took place on 3rd March 2023, but never happened. Why? We are not making our sincere effort. All of us to be blamed. All of us to be blamed. Peace will not come to us on a platter, take it, and use it. No. Peace has to come within us, from our hearts, from our mind. You cannot purchase peace with material things, with money, with wealth. It has to come within us. And when simple definition of peace is what? When there is a fear, when there is a danger, when there is stress, when there is tension, no peace. No peace means no development. As simple as that. So for holistic development, first thing which I think we require is peace, number one. Number two is integrity. Integrity nobody likes to hear nowadays. When you talk of honesty, sincerity, moral, ethical values, many of us do not want to listen because we are living in a corrupt society. Corruption does not mean taking bribes, giving money. No. There are so many ways of doing corruption. Delaying, favoritism, nepotism, intentionally avoiding. All these are also parts of corruption. We are living in this society now. So when there is no peace, no integrity, no honesty, no moral ethics, ethical values, then we all compromise. The bridge which is supposed to last for 50 years collapse in 10 years. What does it mean? We have compromised the quality of the construction because integrity is doubtful. We have diverted the fund for many reasons. Contractor will take another excuse. Government official will take another excuse. Politician will take another excuse. Public will also take another excuse. CSO also will take another excuse. So integrity is the thing which I think nobody likes to listen. If there is peace and there is integrity, automatically there will be holistic development in all aspects: education, employment, industry, road connectivity, tourism, horticulture, agriculture, everything will automatically fall into line. But now, because our integrity is doubtful, there is no peace in the state, so everything blame each other. And there comes a blame game. So my dear people, young people, see, in India, the youth is defined 15 to 29 years. And 29% of the Indian population is in that age group. And if you say below 35 years down, we have 65% of the population in this country. If you all young people, youth of today, stand up, a man, a woman of principle, never waver, never compromise, then I think things will definitely change. I'm not blaming anybody, but people used to talk in the bazaar, in the tea shop, say, nowadays, many leaders are pocket money leaders. Compromise with few bucks. That's why we are not able to check the quality of the work. Holistic development is not taking place in our state. Why? We are compromised with either you get favoritism, or you get some favor, or you get some in the form of kind or cash. So that's why youths of today need to really get up. Youths of today need to get up today. Youth holds the key to the future. Youth holds the key to the future. Our youth, our strength for the nation building, for the state building. Our state is a young state in the context of development. We are developing state only. And we are young people, young state. For that, we need young people because you have the strength, you have the potential, you have the intellectual power, everything is with you. So if you all stand together, irrespective of community, whether Naga, Meitei, Kokizao, Pangan, if you forget all these differences and stand as one body, which is called unity amidst diversity, oneness, feeling of we-ness, we can do wonders. But if there is of differences, we'll break into pieces. And that's why we are not able to restore peace. We are not in the negotiating table. We don't want to talk the truth. There's a whole problem with us now. So youth of today, please, common people, villagers are crying, desperately crying for peace. When the peace will come? So who will take the initiative? The youth has to start. And today when one of the student leaders called me, sir, we are going to have a convention. Topic was wonderful. I said, where is the venue? The court hall. I said, why in court hall? It's too small. Why not in an auditorium? I thought 1,000 people will come, but hardly not even 100. See, that shows that we do not want peace. We do not want to be a man or woman of integrity. And we do not want to develop. Maybe that is what I would like to conclude today. See, resource person came all the way from far places. But listeners are very few. But in spite of that, let us forget about the number, but the quality. If you can amplify the message which is given by our former speakers, the panelists, I think that will do. So, young people, what is most important of our today's society? We need value education now. Value education, which we need to start from the young age. Then there we'll talk of integrity, we'll talk of ethics, we'll talk of moral values, we'll talk of love each other, we'll talk of honesty. All this will come. But nobody likes to listen. When there is a lesson on values, moral class, nobody likes to listen. When there is a football game, everybody rush. When there is a music show, everybody rush. But when is something important talks to be given by the elders, from the intellectual, none of the youth, many of the youth do not want to listen. So I hope those who are here, I am very thankful to you for being with us. Don Bosco, the famous educator and a friend of yours, used to say, it is enough for me to know that you are young. It is enough for me to know that you are young. What does it mean? He said, youth are the future of the nation. Youth has a potential. If the youths are not good today, we cannot think of future. If youths are good, you are man and woman of integrity, who can stand for the principle, who can stand for the justice, definitely the state will progress. And peace will come to the state very soon. Politicians will talk, I'm sorry to say, you are recording, but I don't mind. They speak a lot of things. Social activists talk a lot of things. Human activists also talk a lot of things. But why it is not coming peace? For such a long period, almost 26 months now. Young people, this is my earnest request to all of you. You need to get up and work. The future depends on what you do today. Empowering the youth for the next generation. This is what it's fitted. This is quoted by Mahatma Gandhi. The future depends on what you do today. If you want to leave a good legacy for the young generation to come, this is the right time for you to act. This is the right time for you to act and show it to the next generation that what we have done today, that will bear fruit later. And then the fire within the hearts of youth lies the path to a brighter future. That is also quoted by Mahatma Gandhi. The fire within the hearts of youth lies the path
to a brighter future. So young people, even political scenario you can change. You can choose the best candidate, most honest, most eligible, most capable candidate. If you are sincere enough, I told you, 65% of the population of this country belongs to the age below 35. But if voting is 18 to 35, 18 and above, still you have almost 30% of the population. 30% is not small. You can change. Why? All people even don't come for voting. They're all enough. Better you go and vote. So what is the voting percentage? 70 to 75 at the most. So if all 30% go and vote, the political scenario of the state also can change. You can choose the best leader who are capable, who have the moral character, who can stand for justice, who can protect the integrity of the state. So this is what I appeal to all of you. And to conclude, empowering, finally, the final remarks, empowering the next generation. Please develop the concept of live and let live. Live and let live. Let me also live a happy life. Let others also live a happy life. Win-win situation. The former speaker has said. Heal the wounds that created by our elders. It is your duty to heal. You have the medicine with you. You are the best physician. You can heal. Why not? You must also develop the spirit of accommodation. Our brother Meetei is big brother. You should not be too egoistic. You must also try to accommodate your younger brothers. Nagas, Kukis, Pangans. This will bring us a better future. And then we must also develop inclusive policy, inclusive growth, inclusive development. Not one section of people. Now people talk, there is no budget allocation, valley is very high, hills is very low. But let's people not talk. Let's do justice by our action. Create a peaceful atmosphere for the next generation. What you do today, the result will come near future. If you set good example, peaceful atmosphere, honest society, God-fearing society, a society of good character, I'm sure that will be the greatest gift which you can give to the future generation. Create a conducive ground for development. For that, you'll have to bring peace. You'll have to clean the society. Who can do it? The youth can do. So, people of integrity, you must set a role model. The young generation should learn. My brother, my father, my sister, my mother. Then the next generation will be a better generation. So with this, I conclude. Peace be with you.
Thank you. We have Mufti Azimuddin Sheikh.
Hon'ble Maktada ngasigi matimagol lairaba yamna pukling huba thauram one-day youth convention on unity amidst diversity, reimagining Manipur's collective future. Hai bahiram masida Musuna yamna pukling changna Manipur gi lairiba phio masibu yanglaga sinbiriba masigi damakta hanbada Musu gi chilnau singbu thamoi gi phida thadoklaga ikai khomlaba uchari
ꯑꯩꯉꯣꯟꯗ ꯄꯤꯕꯤꯔꯤꯕ ꯇꯣꯄꯤꯛ ꯑꯁꯤ Faith as a Breeze of Communal Harmony and Inclusive Development 하이버니 마치 얌나 philosophical 오이바 이거기 philosophical 오이바 스마인 타우드나 database 오이바 topic 아마니 아두보 아이코이 puno 막나 마니푸르기 오이리바 히람 ꯊꯣꯛꯂꯤꯕ ꯊꯧꯗꯣꯛꯁꯤꯡ ꯏꯁꯨꯁꯤꯡ ꯃꯁꯤ ꯄꯨꯝꯅꯃꯛ ꯑꯁꯤ ꯈꯪꯂꯒ ꯅꯩꯅꯔꯒ ꯂꯩꯔꯕ ꯉꯥꯛꯇꯅꯤ ꯃꯇꯝ ꯀꯌꯥꯗꯒꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯈꯪꯂꯒ ꯂꯥꯛꯂꯕ ꯉꯥꯛꯇꯅꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯤꯕꯁꯤꯡ ꯑꯁꯤꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯗ ꯏꯔꯝꯗꯝ ꯏꯔꯩꯄꯥꯛ ꯑꯁꯤꯕꯨ ꯅꯨꯡꯁꯤꯕ ꯍꯦꯟꯃꯟꯕꯗꯒꯤꯔ ꯅꯠꯇ꯭ꯔꯒꯅ ꯒ꯭ꯌꯥꯟ ꯋꯥꯠꯄꯗꯒꯤꯔ ꯈꯟꯊꯕ ꯋꯥꯠꯄꯗꯒꯤꯔ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯗ ꯏꯋꯥꯠ ꯋꯥꯠꯄ ꯀꯌꯥ ꯑꯃ ꯂꯩꯔꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯎꯗꯕ ꯀꯌꯥ ꯑꯃ ꯂꯩꯔꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯤꯕꯁꯤꯡ ꯑꯁꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯀꯔꯤꯒꯨꯝꯕ ꯎꯍꯧꯗꯕ ꯇꯥꯔꯒꯗꯤ matam karagi manungda aikoigi manipurse mapuna dio hanbida boisanu atopa singi business hub oikibe ai maramdi sanarkliba lila si phagina tre aikoigi yamna kuisilakle hairiba film asida aikoigi yamna khudong thiningai oiribadi aikoigi manipurgi laiminariba iraicha sing asigi marakta thokhaidaba thodok sing thokliba communal harmony asigi mayokta ꯂꯩꯔꯤꯕ ꯑꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯍꯤꯔꯝꯁꯤꯡ ꯑꯁꯤꯅ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯈꯟꯊꯒꯗꯕ ꯃꯁꯤꯅ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯍꯥꯟꯅ ꯚꯥꯞ ꯇꯥꯒꯗꯕ ꯑꯁꯤ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯑꯇꯣꯞ ꯑꯇꯣꯞꯄ ꯁ꯭ꯇꯦꯠꯁꯤꯡꯗ ꯆꯠꯄ ꯃꯇꯝꯗ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔꯤ ꯃꯆꯥꯁꯤꯡꯁꯤ ꯐꯅ ꯍꯥꯏꯅꯕ ꯅꯠꯇ꯭ꯔꯦ ꯃꯁꯤ ꯔꯤꯌꯦꯂꯤꯇꯤꯅꯤ ꯑꯩꯅ ꯍꯥꯏꯖꯔꯤꯕꯁꯤ ꯅꯨꯡꯉꯥꯏꯇꯕ ꯇꯧꯔꯣꯏꯁꯤ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔꯤ ꯃꯆꯥꯅꯤ ꯍꯥꯏ ꯃꯇꯝꯗ ꯅꯣꯔꯠ ꯏꯁꯇꯒꯤ ꯂꯥꯛꯄꯅꯤ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔꯤ ꯃꯆꯥꯅꯤ ꯍꯥꯏ ꯃꯇꯝꯗ ꯐꯅ ꯈꯟꯅꯗ꯭ꯔꯦ ꯆꯨꯝꯅ ꯈꯟꯅꯗ꯭ꯔꯦꯕ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯃꯤ ꯑꯣꯠ ꯅꯩꯕ ꯃꯈꯣꯏ ꯃꯁꯦꯜ ꯄꯪꯐꯨꯗ ꯐꯨꯅꯕ ꯑꯗꯨꯗꯒꯤ ꯃꯌꯨꯝ ꯃꯀꯩ ꯃꯩ ꯄꯪꯊꯥꯗ ꯊꯥꯗꯣꯛꯅꯕ ꯂꯝꯕꯤ ꯁꯣꯔꯣꯛ ꯄꯪꯊꯤꯡꯇ ꯊꯤꯡꯖꯟꯕ ꯑꯗꯒꯤ ꯅꯨꯄꯤ ꯑꯉꯥꯡꯒꯤ ꯏꯖꯠ ꯂꯩꯇꯕ ꯏꯖꯠ ꯇꯧꯗꯕ ꯁ꯭ꯇꯦꯠ ꯑꯃꯅꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯅ ꯁꯨꯃꯥꯏꯅ ꯂꯧꯅꯔꯦꯕ ꯑꯗꯣ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯤꯕ ꯂꯧꯅꯔꯤꯕ ꯑꯁꯦ ꯄ꯭ꯂꯥꯅꯤꯡ ꯑꯃꯒ ꯂꯣꯏꯅꯅ ꯆꯍꯤ ꯀꯌꯥꯒꯤ ꯃꯃꯥꯡꯗꯒꯤ ꯁꯤꯜꯂꯛꯈ꯭ꯔꯕ ꯄ꯭ꯂꯥꯅꯤꯡ ꯑꯗꯨꯒꯤ ꯐꯣꯜꯅꯤ ꯉꯁꯤ ꯐꯪꯂꯤꯕꯁꯤ ꯀꯗꯥꯏ ꯌꯧꯈ꯭ꯔꯦ ꯍꯥꯏ ꯃꯇꯝꯗ ꯃꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯃꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯃꯥꯔꯀꯦꯇꯤꯡ ꯂꯦꯚꯦꯜꯁꯦ ꯃꯅꯨꯡꯗ ꯀꯗꯥꯏ ꯌꯧꯔꯛꯈ꯭ꯔꯦ ꯍꯥꯏ ꯃꯇꯝꯗ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯃꯤꯑꯣꯏꯕꯁꯦ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯆꯥꯎꯈꯠꯂꯦ ꯒꯨꯒꯜ ꯌꯥꯝꯅ ꯁꯤꯖꯤꯟꯅꯗ꯭ꯔꯦ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯆꯦꯠ ꯕꯣꯔꯗ ꯂꯥꯛꯂꯤꯕ AI ꯒꯤ ꯂꯥꯛꯂꯤꯕ ꯆꯦꯠ ꯕꯣꯔꯗꯁꯤꯡꯁꯤ ꯂꯣꯏꯅ ꯁꯤꯖꯤꯟꯅꯔꯤꯕꯁꯤ ꯆꯦꯠ GPT ꯁꯨꯃꯥꯏꯅ ꯇꯧꯅ ꯒ꯭ꯔꯣꯛ ꯀ꯭ꯋꯦꯟ ꯗꯤꯞꯁꯤꯛ ꯂꯥꯛꯂꯤꯕꯁꯤꯡꯁꯤ ꯂꯣꯏꯅ ꯁꯤꯖꯤꯟꯅꯩꯕ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯤꯕꯁꯤꯡꯁꯤꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯏꯁꯥ ꯏꯁꯥꯅ ꯑꯃꯨꯛꯇꯪ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯃꯇꯥꯡꯗ ꯏꯁꯨꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯃꯇꯥꯡꯗ ꯆꯦꯠ ꯕꯣꯔꯗꯁꯤꯡꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯃꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯃꯒꯨꯟ ꯑꯃ ꯂꯩ ꯑꯩꯅ ꯀꯔꯤꯒꯨꯝꯕ ꯑꯩꯒꯤ ꯊꯣꯠꯇꯣ ꯑꯩꯅ ꯍꯥꯏꯍꯟꯅꯤꯡꯉꯤꯗꯨ ꯐꯣꯡꯗꯣꯛꯄ ꯇꯥꯔꯒꯗꯤ ꯃꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯑꯩꯅ ꯍꯥꯏꯍꯟꯅꯤꯡꯉꯤꯗꯨ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯛꯀꯅꯤ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯅꯠꯇꯕꯤꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯅꯣꯔꯃꯦꯜꯂꯤ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔꯒꯤ ꯃꯇꯥꯡꯗ ꯍꯪꯂꯒ ꯌꯦꯡꯁꯤ ꯑꯗꯨꯗ ꯃꯩꯇꯩ ꯑꯣꯏꯔꯤꯕ ꯄꯥꯡꯒꯜ ꯑꯣꯏꯔꯤꯕ ꯅꯥꯒꯥ ꯑꯣꯏꯔꯤꯕ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯑꯆꯨꯝꯕ ꯇꯥꯜꯂꯤꯕ ꯍꯥꯏꯅ ꯈꯜꯂꯒ ꯂꯩꯔꯤꯕꯁꯤꯡꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯃꯔꯝꯗ ꯀꯔꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯅꯣ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯑꯃꯨꯛꯇꯪ ꯌꯦꯡꯊꯣꯛꯁꯦꯕ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯤꯕ ꯄꯨꯝꯅꯃꯛ ꯑꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯃꯔꯝꯁꯤ ꯀꯔꯤꯅꯣ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔ ꯑꯁꯤꯗ ꯃꯤꯍꯨ ꯆꯪꯂꯦ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯁꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯃꯁꯤ ꯑꯃꯨꯛꯇꯪ ꯈꯪꯕ ꯑꯃꯗꯤ ꯃꯁꯤꯕꯨ ꯊꯥꯖ ꯃꯊꯧ ꯇꯥꯏꯌꯦꯕ ꯆꯤꯗꯥꯏꯗ ꯂꯩꯕꯁꯤꯡꯁꯦ ꯆꯤꯗꯥꯏꯗ ꯂꯩꯕ ꯁ꯭ꯇꯦꯠꯁꯤꯡꯁꯦ ꯉꯜꯂꯤꯉꯩ ꯃꯇꯝꯗꯒꯤ ꯃꯃꯥꯡꯉꯩ ꯊꯥꯏꯅ ꯃꯃꯥꯡꯉꯩꯗꯒꯤ ꯍꯧꯔꯒ ꯑꯗꯨꯃꯛ ꯃꯔꯛꯇ ꯂꯩꯕ ꯃꯤꯁꯤꯡ ꯏꯅꯥ ꯈꯨꯟꯕ ꯁ꯭ꯇꯦꯠꯁꯤꯡꯒꯤ ꯃꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯃꯤꯍꯨ ꯆꯪꯐꯝ ꯑꯣꯏꯌꯦꯕ ꯀꯔꯤꯒꯨꯝꯕ ꯂꯩꯔꯤꯕ ꯃꯐꯝ ꯑꯁꯤꯅ ꯐꯖꯕ ꯆꯤꯡ ꯃꯥꯟ ꯂꯩꯕ ꯑꯗꯒꯤ ꯄꯣꯠꯊꯣꯛ ꯆꯥꯊꯣꯛ ꯌꯥꯝꯅ ꯂꯩꯕ ꯃꯐꯝ ꯑꯣꯏꯔꯒꯗꯤ ꯃꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯄꯨꯛꯅꯤꯡꯁꯦ ꯑꯗꯨꯗ ꯑꯃꯨꯛ ꯍꯦꯟꯅ ꯆꯪꯁꯤꯜꯂꯦꯕ ꯁꯨꯃꯥꯏꯅ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯀꯥಶ್ꯃꯤꯔꯒꯤ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯐꯥꯎꯕ ꯄꯥꯀꯤꯁꯇꯥꯟ ꯑꯃꯗꯤ ꯏꯟꯗꯤꯌꯥ ꯑꯅꯤꯃꯛꯀꯤ ꯃꯤꯍꯨ ꯆꯪꯂꯒ ꯃꯤꯠꯌꯦꯡ ꯆꯪꯉꯒ ꯀꯥಶ್ꯃꯤꯔꯒꯤ ꯃꯤ ꯃꯔꯥꯡ ꯍꯧꯔꯒ ꯂꯩꯔꯤꯕꯁꯤꯅꯤ ꯁꯨꯃꯥꯏꯅ ꯇꯧꯔꯒ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔ ꯑꯁꯤꯗꯁꯨ ꯃꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯃꯤꯍꯨ ꯆꯪꯕ ꯀꯨꯏꯔꯦ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯗ ꯈꯪꯍꯟꯗꯕꯒꯤ ꯋꯥꯅꯦ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯊꯣꯛꯂꯤꯕ ꯏꯔꯥꯡ ꯏꯍꯧ ꯏꯔꯥꯡ ꯀꯌꯥ ꯑꯁꯤ ꯀꯔꯤꯁꯨ ꯂꯩꯕ ꯅꯠꯇꯦ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯂꯩꯕꯥꯛ ꯑꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯅꯤꯡꯊꯧ ꯑꯣꯏꯕꯤꯔꯤꯕ ꯄ꯭ꯔꯥꯏꯝ ꯃꯤꯅꯤꯁꯇꯔ ꯃꯣꯗꯤꯖꯤ ꯃꯍꯥꯛ ꯑꯁꯤ ꯍꯟꯗꯛꯃꯛ ꯏꯀꯨꯏ ꯀꯨꯏꯗꯅ ꯄꯦꯍꯜꯒꯥꯝꯒꯤ ꯊꯧꯗꯣꯛ ꯑꯗꯨꯗ ꯑꯔꯕꯇꯒꯤ ꯈꯨꯗꯛꯇ ꯍꯜꯂꯛꯈ꯭ꯔꯤꯕꯅꯤ ꯁꯨꯃꯥꯏꯅ ꯇꯧꯗꯅ ꯁꯦꯂꯤꯕ꯭रिꯇꯤ ꯀꯌꯥꯒꯤ ꯂꯨꯍꯣꯡꯕ ꯃꯆꯥꯒꯤ ꯂꯨꯍꯣꯡꯕ ꯏꯅꯥꯛ ꯈꯨꯟꯕ ꯕꯤꯖꯤꯅꯦꯁꯃꯦꯟ ꯀꯌꯥꯒꯤ ꯃꯆꯥ ꯅꯨꯄꯤ ꯅꯨꯄꯥ ꯂꯨꯍꯣꯡꯕꯗ ꯌꯧꯕ ꯉꯝꯂꯤꯕꯅꯤ ꯉꯁꯤ ꯐꯥꯎꯕ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔꯗ ꯌꯧꯔꯛꯄ ꯉꯝꯗ꯭ꯔꯤ ꯑꯗꯣ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯤꯕ ꯄꯨꯝꯅꯃꯛ ꯑꯁꯤꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔꯤ ꯃꯆꯥ ꯑꯣꯏꯔꯤꯕ ꯃꯩꯇꯩ ꯄꯥꯡꯒꯜꯁꯤꯡ ꯅꯥꯒꯥꯁꯤꯡ ꯂꯩꯔꯤꯕ ꯀꯝꯃ꯭ꯌꯨꯅꯤꯇꯤꯁꯤꯡ ꯑꯁꯤꯅ ꯄꯨꯜꯂꯒ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯇꯧꯔꯤꯕ ꯊꯕꯛ ꯊꯧꯔꯝꯁꯤꯡ ꯑꯁꯤꯅ ꯀꯔꯤꯅꯣ ꯑꯣꯏꯐꯝ ꯊꯣꯛꯄꯅ ꯀꯔꯤꯅꯣ ꯑꯣꯏꯔꯛꯇ꯭ꯔꯤꯕꯅ ꯀꯔꯤꯅꯣ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯁꯦ ꯈꯟꯊꯗꯕ ꯑꯁꯤꯅꯦꯕ ꯉꯁꯤ ꯐꯥꯎꯕꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯌꯨꯝ ꯀꯌꯥ ꯃꯥꯡꯈ꯭ꯔꯦ ꯏꯃꯥ ꯏꯕꯦꯟ ꯀꯌా ꯄꯨꯟꯁꯤ ꯂꯣꯏꯈ꯭ꯔꯦ ꯌꯨꯝ kaya ꯃꯩ ꯆꯥꯛꯂꯒ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯂꯝꯕꯤ ꯁꯣꯔꯣꯛꯇ ꯒꯥꯔꯤ ꯀꯌꯥ ꯃꯥꯡꯈ꯭ꯔꯦ ꯏꯍꯧ ꯏꯔꯥꯡ ꯁꯥꯒꯠꯅꯕꯗꯒꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯤꯕ ꯑꯁꯤꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯇꯣꯡꯖꯕ ꯀꯗꯥꯏꯅꯣ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯗꯤꯃꯥꯟꯁꯤꯡ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯐꯪꯂꯕ꯭ꯔꯥ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯄꯥꯝꯂꯤꯕ ꯁꯥꯟꯇꯤ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯐꯪꯂꯕ꯭ꯔꯥ ꯑꯗꯣ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯤꯕ ꯄꯨꯝꯅꯃꯛ ꯑꯁꯤ ꯐꯪꯗꯦ ꯀꯔꯤꯒꯤꯅꯣ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔꯤ ꯃꯆꯥꯁꯤꯡꯗ ꯍꯥꯟꯅ ꯊꯥꯏꯅ ꯃꯃꯥꯡꯉꯩꯗ ꯂꯩꯔꯝꯕ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯏꯇꯤꯍꯥꯁ ꯄꯥꯕ ꯃꯇꯝꯗ ꯏꯇꯤꯍꯥꯁꯀꯤ ꯋꯥꯔꯤ ꯀꯌꯥ ꯑꯃ ꯄꯥꯖꯩ ꯌꯦꯡꯖꯩ ꯃꯇꯝꯗꯨꯗ ꯋꯥꯔꯤꯗ ꯐꯪꯗꯕ ithil kaya ama hana ikhoigi iramda Manipur sida lairamba ikhoigi ahal laman singna libada Meetei pangal sing naga singi lairiba community sing singi marakta laiminaramba nungsi chanaba singi wari si tabada atopa Greek philosopher singna iba makhoigi itihas ta fawba uba phangda wari kaya am ikhoina ta phangeba hariba singa du ngasi ikhoina uba phangdreba madu phanglakta maramdagi ikhoi sumaina orakpa taragadi ikhoi se ilai laina dumak ikhoi gumba Manipur pikraba state Spain hariba se Undulus hana khangdanamba Spain hariba se matamamada makna kari gumba ikhoi gi civil war thoklamdraba kanglup masen gi chayna base leiramdraba ding asi world gi super power se Spain na pai gi dabne manamdi 19th century sida world sida khwaidagi science education gi hiramda chawkhat pasi Spain hariba Undulus asine karigi mafam sida Jews Christian Muslim hariba community sing sina yamna nungsi chanana subna tangi chawkhat bagi lambi sita yenglaga makhoi masen marakta chay chahingna ba aba phawba thokhandana chawkhat bagi lambi sang minna khiyeba adu matam khargi manungda makhoi da hariba laina si changsilakle communal harmony se wai chaire laikha tare ngase numak lai ngasi taibangga dum chang manana taibangdagi chang lem phawba lairiba sini sumain tawduna ikhoigi Manipur si so atopagi mitiyeng singda hariba Manipur si karam maina thugai gani hai bisi state am hekta thugai badi yaro idana hoji atopa aikhoige country ma am lai ribani na hoji ti loina mari lai narabani na hekta hachangja laga hatokpa kapthal laga hatokpa tem khai badi yaro idana adu gi tapna manung dagi hodok hanna bo hotna bane ado aikhoina somda systematic lai narga lai